Chapter 109. This is the birth of a god? What the hell? Zhou Tong was also shocked. He had just entered the secret realm of dragon transformation, but he had actually refined a weapon that contained a god? A weapon that could give birth to a god was at least a holy weapon refined by a saint. At the very least, it had to be an imperial divine weapon, and it had to be refined by a peerless great saint. A king-level expert would not be able to refine it. Could it be a celestial fire? Zhou Tong frowned and looked carefully at the diamond carving. He tried to infuse his divine sense into it, and suddenly he felt 4 hazy consciousnesses. Damn, it really gave birth to a god, and 4 gods at once. Zhou Tong was stunned. One of the gods was covered in lightning, and it was unclear whether it was a human or a beast. The second god was like a 9-leaf sword grass, rooted in the diamond carving, with leaves swaying. The third god was a purple Kylan, lying in the diamond carving, breathing to the sky. The last god was a gorgeous phoenix, dancing gracefully. A weapon with 4 gods? This was simply a dream. Even the great ancient emperor's imperial weapon would not be like this. No, there is still a weapon that can have multiple gods. Suddenly, Zhou Tong thought of a weapon. It was Xiao Song's divine mark, purple golden pagoda, in the original work. In his 9-story pagoda, there was a Tao master sitting cross-legged on each floor. In other words, there were 9 gods in his divine mark purple golden pagoda. There are 4 gods in my diamond chakram. The corner of Zhou Tong's mouth twitched as he found it hard to understand. It couldn't be that the spirituality that he had nurtured in his heavenly abode had been refined into the diamond chakram. Zhou Tong clearly felt that the 4 gods in the diamond carving were completely connected to his mind. It was as if the body commanded the arm, and the arm commanded the finger. They were all under his control. It was as if they were refined by him, and not born by accident. Spirituality? No way. It's really a spirituality that I cultivated in my cave that was injected into the diamond carving, split into 4, and turned into the Thunder Emperor, 9-leaf sword grass, Kylan, and Phoenix, the 4 of the 10 beasts? Although it was inconceivable, this was the only explanation. Maybe it's because of the secret art in the Eternal Universe scripture? This thought flashed through Zhou Tong's mind. The refining method of the Eternal Universe scripture was to make use of the external environment to the greatest extent, just like how the Eternal Universe Great Emperor used the power of the falling sun ridge in the Origin ancient mind to refine the Eternal Universe furnace. My diamond carving Immortal's divine talisman, which is the power of the immortal Tao. It's normal for this kind of power to give birth to spirituality, not to mention the spirituality that was nurtured in my grotto heaven. After thinking about it for a while, Zhou Tong finally accepted this point after considering all the circumstances. Everything made sense. The so-called gods and the weapons refined by the heaven-shrouding art were intertwined with Tao patterns. It required extremely powerful and complex Tao patterns to give birth to enough spirituality to intertwine gods. Therefore, if the heaven-shrouding art wanted to refine weapons that contain gods, it would require at least saint-level Tao patterns. However, the weapons refined by the chaotic antiquity art were much simpler. Many people only needed to place them in their own cave to cultivate, and they would be able to cultivate spirituality in the cave during the process. Now, the diamond carving art had combined all the advantages of the heaven-shrouding art and the chaotic antiquity art. It not only had the spirituality cultivated in the cave, but also the Tao patterns evolved from the great Tao of the 10 beasts and the divine talisman. It was very normal for the diamond carving to give birth to a god. It gave birth to a god, but I don't know what kind of power this thing has now. Is it at the level of an imperial divine weapon or a sacred weapon? Zhou Tong thought for a while and immediately thought of something that could answer his question. Purple sun lamp, wake up. What level is this thing at? Zhou Tong directly awakened the god of the great sacred weapon, purple sun lamp, and then waved the diamond carving in front of it. The purple sun lamp lit up and then extinguished. Then, a message was transmitted to Zhou Tong's heart. A supreme-grade imperial divine weapon. Even relying on the eternal blue gold, it can clash with a sacred weapon to a certain extent. Zhou Tong nodded secretly. This level was reasonable. After all, the diamond carving was made of an immortal material like the eternal blue gold. As for the Tao contained in the diamond carving, it was the precious technique of the 10 beasts after all. The only problem was that the refiner, Zhou Tong, was not strong enough. If I had attained Tao, this thing would probably have been upgraded to an emperor weapon. Even if I only advanced to the boundary emperor realm, this thing would probably have become something close to an emperor weapon just now. Zhou Tong felt very regretful. It was his weak strength that dragged down the diamond carving. If he was stronger, the diamond carving would have been upgraded to an even higher level. After all, whether it was the great Tao of the 10 beasts or the immortal fire, they were all things of an extremely high level. With such things as the core, in addition to the eternal blue gold, it would not be strange to be able to refine an emperor weapon. Even if he only needed to advance to the immortal foundation secret realm, there was a high possibility that this diamond carving would be upgraded to a sacred weapon. Forget it. I'll just upgrade it in the future when I have the chance. Zhou Tong shook his head and then put the diamond carving away. Then he started to comprehend the indestructible heaven art and the 3,000 worlds secret technique again. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged with his palms facing the sky. Flowers rained down in the void, dazzling and translucent. The endless fragrance intoxicated one's bones. At the same time, a huge dragon rose from his back and finally transformed into a human form. It danced around him along with the beautiful celestial flowers. The dragon transformation's secret realm had the 9 transformations of the dragon. Only when the dragon's spine was perfected could one enter the last and most important secret realm of the human body, the immortal foundation. The dragon transformation secret realm had the function of connecting the previous and the future. It was extremely important. When Heaven Emperor Huang first developed the secret realm of a human body, he borrowed the True Dragon Clan's True Dragon Technique's ultimate profound, the True Dragon 9 transformations. Only then did he perfect the profound meaning of this secret realm, giving all cultivators the opportunity to cultivate it. Zhou Tong was immersed in the dragon transformation secret realm. His divine sense roamed the void, constantly exploring the doors in the dragon transformation secret realm. The opening of every door was an unimaginable transformation. It was accompanied by an explosion of potential, which promoted the growth of one's strength and cultivation level. For a whole month, Zhou Tong was immersed in cultivation. The indestructible heaven skill was profound and profound. The 3,000 worlds were even more mysterious and unparalleled. It required endless time to understand and cultivate. Zhou Tong was completely immersed in it. Roar! Flowers fell like rain. The sky was filled with sparkling and translucent flowers, blossoming into small worlds. At this moment, a huge dragon rushed out from Zhou Tong's back. The breakthrough was imminent, and the dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. I've finally broken through to the 4th transformation of the dragon transformation secret realm. Now, I can either find a place to advance or suppress the heavenly tribulation and use it as a killer move. Zhou Tong thought for a while and decisively carved some deceiving array patterns on his body to suppress the heavenly tribulation. I'm in the Jiang family's territory. It's better to keep some trump cards. I'll continue to cultivate and improve. It's best to advance by 1 or 2 levels. If anything happens by then, I'll trigger multiple heavenly tribulations. Even Jiang Taishu might not be able to survive a heavenly tribulation of my level, unless I have the deceiving array patterns. Chapter 110. After deciding to temporarily suppress the heavenly tribulation, Zhou Tong immediately looked at the source of the sky dragon in his body. After pondering for a while, he thought to himself, I've already advanced to the 4th transformation of the dragon realm. I think I can refine a trace of the sky dragon's source. It just so happens that the indestructible heaven art has an extremely strong, refining effect on the source. Zhou Tong did not wait any longer. He immediately activated the indestructible heaven art to refine a part of the sky dragon's source. He divided the sky dragon source that came from the dragon horn into 5 parts. He directly gave 1 part to the indestructible heaven art to refine. As a part of the sky dragon source was refined by Zhou Tong, all kinds of lights suddenly appeared on Zhou Tong's body. That was the most original source of life essence. It made him look like an immortal god, bright and beautiful. Ong. The dragon's roar shook the years. It was as if a sky dragon was slowly fusing into Zhou Tong's body. His whole body was enveloped by the dragon's aura. He felt as if he was about to fly into the clouds. His whole body was hazy. The sky dragon source was indeed a creation of heaven and earth. It was used to baptize Zhou Tong's body, almost making him reborn. The dragon's aura fused into Zhou Tong's body bit by bit. Zhou Tong activated the indestructible heaven art, drawing the sky dragon's source to continuously baptize his body, constantly changing his bones and blood. His originally extremely strong body almost took a small step forward. Crack, crack. All the bones in his body were trembling violently. His flesh and blood were constantly shaking. His internal organs were also changing blood. This caused him to be in intense pain all over. After all, Zhou Tong only cultivated the dragon transformation scroll of the indestructible heaven art. Refining the source would definitely cause some rejection reaction in the other secret realms in his body. I didn't expect it to be so painful. Zhou Tong was also somewhat in disbelief. However, he gritted his teeth and endured this hellish torment. Logically speaking, Zhou Tong's heavenly tyrant body was already extremely powerful. Even if he had cultivated the heavenly devouring demonic skill, indestructible heaven art, and other cultivation methods that could devour origin, it should not have caused such a change after devouring just one origin. But in fact, this was correct because, in a sense, the heavenly dragon was also a true dragon. The physique of the 10 ferocious beasts like the true dragon was still superior to physiques like the tyrant body of the heavens and the sacred body of the ancients. It was on the same level as the innate sacred body, the Taoist fetus, and the chaotic body. Most importantly, the trace of heavenly dragon's origin brought by the heavenly tribulation was left behind by an unknown heavenly dragon. Maybe it was a quasi-emperor, great emperor, or even an immortal-level heavenly dragon. In other words, when Zhou Tong first activated the devouring power of the indestructible heaven skill, what he devoured was a powerful physique that surpassed his own. This was a true rebirth, and also a type of inhumane torture. Zhou Tong felt that his entire body was cracking. The gods in his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were constantly chanting unknown scriptures, as if they were about to explode with a terrifying power that surpassed the ordinary. The bones in his entire body felt as if they were breaking and reassembling. The heavenly dragon's origin was really too overbearing. Fortunately, Zhou Tong had the heavenly tyrant body. If other living beings who had cultivated the heavenly devouring demonic skill were to devour this level of origin for the first time, they would probably explode and die. After a long time, Zhou Tong finally completed the devouring this time. Impurities appeared on the ground below him. There were broken bones, dried up viscera fragments, and discarded purple blood. Even Zhou Tong felt a chill down his spine when he saw these things. These were all things that had fallen off from his body. My heavenly tyrant body won't also transform into the chaotic body, right? Zhou Tong felt a little dreamy. He tried his best to look inside his body. Maybe it was because he had refined 2 little heavenly dragons' origin. His body was still purple blood and flawless, and his physique did not have any strange changes. Something's not right. The embryonic form of the 3rd type of divine form has appeared in my sea of reincarnation. Zhou Tong was ecstatic. Logically speaking, the embryonic form of the 3rd type of divine form should not appear now. It should at least appear after he had advanced to the immortal foundation secret realm. The embryonic form of the 3rd type of divine form is not an immortal phoenix, but a dragon, a true dragon. Zhou Tong could clearly see that the embryonic form of the 3rd type of divine form in his sea of reincarnation was a long thing. Moreover, He could vaguely see that it had 4 legs. If he was not mistaken, this was a true dragon. The third divine form was the true dragon divine form. The indestructible heaven technique is indeed worthy of being the peerless technique created by the ruthless great emperor. It can actually cause such a change in my heavenly tyrant body and allow the third type of divine form to appear in advance. Zhou Tong was still unable to conceal the joy on his face. He was now certain that although he was still the heavenly tyrant body, the origin of his physique had quietly taken half a step forward. It was faintly surpassing the other heavenly tyrant bodies. The heavenly dragon's origin that I obtained from the heavenly tribulation has not been completely refined yet. I believe that after I completely refine it, my third divine form will definitely appear. My true dragon divine form should be completely born when I reach the perfect dragon realm. Zhou Tong was very confident in his heart. If he could completely refine the heavenly dragon's origin, his heavenly tyrant body would not just take half a step forward. It would take a small step forward. Although it was still the heavenly tyrant body, it vaguely reached the limit of this body. In the future, it would be one of his greatest assets on the Emperor's Road. It seems that the next plan needs to be changed slightly. Next, I need to take Yi Fan to the nest of 10,000 dragons. I want to see the origin of the true dragon divine medicine and learn the true dragon treasure technique. Zhou Tong thought to himself. The nest of 10,000 dragons was the territory of the far ancient royal family. Moreover, the coffin of the ruthless great emperor was there. If he did not bring Yi Fan in, it would be extremely dangerous. Moreover, the true dragon divine medicine was something that belonged to the ruthless great emperor. It also contained the ruthless great emperor's will. If he did not bring Yi Fan in, the true dragon divine medicine might not appear in front of Zhou Tong. Let's not think about the true dragon divine medicine for now. I should check my body again to see if there are any side effects. Zhou Tong took a deep breath and continued to circulate the indestructible heaven skill. He did not know whether it was because he had refined the heavenly dragon's origin or some other reason, but he found that his circulation of the indestructible heaven skill seemed to be smoother. Even the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm, the Tao Palace secret realm, and the 4 extreme secret realms seemed to have begun to cooperate with the circulation of the indestructible heaven skill. With just one refinement of the heavenly dragon's origin, Zhou Tong had almost connected the 4 great secret realms. One had to know that his Sea of Reincarnation secret realm cultivated the feather transformation scripture of the feather transformation emperor. The Tao Palace secret realm cultivated the sovereign emperor's sovereign scripture, and the 4 extreme secret realms cultivated the eternal universe emperor's eternal universe scripture. Every secret realm had different scriptures, but a small part of them seemed to have been forcefully integrated by the indestructible heaven skill. What was domineering? This was domineering. Not only have the 4 great secret realms been slightly connected, but more importantly, I've just advanced to the 4th transformation of the Dragon Transformation secret realm, but it has already been completely stabilized. Can I now attack the 5th transformation? Zhou Tong was very surprised. It was only a small part of the heavenly dragon's origin, but it had such a terrifying effect. No, I can't advance so quickly. I have to be more stable. I'll cultivate a few secret techniques first. Who knows? Maybe when I'm cultivating the secret techniques, I'll be able to complete the 4th transformation of the Dragon Transformation secret realm. When that time comes, I'll overflow and naturally, I won't have to attack anymore. Chapter 111. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. At this time, the Zhang family slowly delivered the 50,000 kilograms of source origin. Zhou Tong, we can't continue waiting here. We have already been here for half a year. Yi Fan held the 50,000 kilograms of source origin and frowned. The Zhang family must want to imprison us here forever. Every time I need resources, they're always pushing it away and then slowly sending it over. Although this 50,000 kilograms of source origin is enough for me to advance to the 4th story of the Tao Palace, I suspect that they will use all sorts of excuses to delay the next 1,000,000 kilograms of source origin and leave us hanging for a year or two. Yifan was already very anxious. He could clearly sense that the Jiang family's attitude was different from before. Is it very urgent? Zhou Tong asked. Yifan was already at the third story of the Dao Palace mystic realm, and his progress was much faster than in the original novel. Furthermore, this was because the Jiang family had vaguely reneged on their previous promise, so the speed at which they delivered the resources was much slower. It's not just about me. There's also Pang Bo. Pang Bo has been possessed by that old demon, Yi Fan said. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid Pang Bo will be in grave danger. Then do you know where Pang Bo is? Zhou Tong asked. Yi Fan was startled and then shook his head. He was also a little depressed. If they did not even know where Pang Bo was, how could they even find him? Zhou Tong glanced at Yi Fan and said indifferently, if Pang Bo is with that group of demons you saw previously, I'm afraid they are with the Green Flood Dragon King, the fourth most powerful bandit in the northern region. If we want to save Pang Bo, we have to find the Green Flood Dragon King's residence. You already found out? Yi Fan was pleasantly surprised. How could I find out? I guessed it. I know that the Fei Thearka's descendants have sought refuge with the Green Flood Dragon King. If Pang Bo is with the Fei Thearka's descendants, he is most likely with the Green Flood Dragon King. It was not a secret that the Fei Thearka's descendants sought refuge with the Green Flood Dragon King. Many people knew about it. Are you really giving up on the Jiang family's 500,000 kilograms of source origin? Zhou Tong asked. Give up. As Yi Fan spoke, he stared straight at Zhou Tong. But there's still you. You promised to give me 1,000,000 caddies of source. If you don't hand it over to me, it won't count. F***CK. Zhou Tong almost cursed it out loud. You, Yihei, are trying to trick me again? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Tong calmed himself down and didn't want to lower himself to Yi Fan's level. He said slowly, after we get out, you go and find the whereabouts of the Green Dragon King. While you're at it, you can also check some information about the Jade Lake. I have a place I want to visit. When the time comes, we'll gather at the Northern Region Holy City. As he spoke, Zhou Tong casually tossed a piece of jade to Yi Fan. Take this with you. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to find you in the vast holy city. Got it. Yi Fan nodded and solemnly accepted the precious jade. But why are you looking for the Jade Lake? Is it related to the complete Western Emperor scripture? Yi Fan's eyes lit up. He was practicing the incomplete Western Emperor scripture, but even so, he felt that this scripture was really mysterious. Since you already know, why are you still asking? Zhou Tong said faintly, the complete Western Emperor scripture is in the Jade Lake. That place has been abandoned by the Jade Lake. It can even be said that it has been sealed. You just need to find a rough place, and I know how to get in. Yi Fan nodded and stretched out his hand. What do you mean? Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and was slightly stunned. It's free to ask for information. Yi Fan said seriously. Do you really think I'm a nanny? Zhou Tong glanced at Yi Fan and said, I don't have money for you, but I can point you in the right direction. In the heavenly stone garden of the Ji family stone workshop in the Holy City, there's a wonder sound stone and a dark green stone stool next to the white feather ascension stone. There are treasures inside, but the value isn't very high. Only 1,000,000 origins in total. If you know how to operate it, such as gambling with people, you can make a lot of money. You don't even need me to do anything. You might even be able to gather enough origins to advance to the 5th level of the Dao Palace. Zhou Tong glanced at Yi Fan and said faintly. Yi Fan was shocked. Is it how you earn all your origins? Zhou Tong said, more or less. Anyway, those holy lands and aristocratic families have big businesses. If I don't borrow some resources from them, how can I, a lone cultivator, survive? Yi Fan asked, how do you know what's inside the stone? Zhou Tong glanced at Yi Fan and couldn't be bothered to continue on this topic. He threw an array platform to Yi Fan and said, this is a recording array pattern. If you're brave enough, you can use this to demand repayment from the Jiang family. Wasn't this thing taken away by the Jiang family? You have a backup? Yi Fan was shocked. Nonsense. Wasn't easy to get something on the Jiang family. How can I give up so easily? Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Yi Fan and walked out of the flying crane courtyard. Yi Fan hurriedly followed and soon arrived outside the walls of the flying crane courtyard. How do we leave this place? Yi Fan was curious. Even he could feel that the guards of the Jiang family had been upgraded a lot. Maybe a powerful figure was watching this place. Just leave directly. The Jiang family must have set up some array patterns that are similar to sensing. How could there be a powerful figure watching this place 24/7? Zhou Tong said calmly. After all, in the eyes of those powerful figures, we are just juniors in the Dragon Transformation Mystic Land and the Dao Palace Mystic Land. The powerful figure who set up the array patterns of the Jiang family is so trashy that he can break it easily. Follow behind me and step on my footprints. Don't make a single mistake. Zhou Tong opened his martial Dao Heavenly eye as he spoke. He kept drawing Dao patterns in the void with his hands. Then, a series of footprints appeared on the ground. He stepped on these footprints and walked out. Got it. Yi Fan was shocked. He knew that this was related to his freedom. He didn't dare to say anything. He followed behind Zhou Tong and stepped on the footprints. Along the way, no one came over. The two of them left the Jiang family's encampment smoothly. Zhou Tong, what kind of ability is this? With this ability, wouldn't you be able to go anywhere in the world? Yi Fan asked. I haven't cultivated to the extreme. There are many places I can't go and don't dare to go. Zhou Tong said, since we have left the Jiang family's encampment, let's split up. You go to the Green Dragon King's encampment. I have my own matters to attend to. Let's meet at the Holy City. Zhou Tong, if you don't give me something to protect my life, what if I encounter danger? Yi Fan saw that Zhou Tong wanted to leave and wanted to get something from him. Zhou Tong glanced at him and threw a picture scroll to him. Then, he turned and left. Picture scroll? What picture scroll is this? Yi Fan was very curious and excited at the same time, because something that came from Zhou Tong's hands was definitely not something simple. But after taking a look, his face turned black. This was actually a rough map of the North region. Furthermore, it wasn't very accurate. It only had some rough information. Zhou Tong, you are too stingy. Would it kill you to give me a mystic jade platform for void travel? Yi Fan was a little helpless. He coveted Zhou Tong's mystic jade platform for void travel. But forget it. It's not bad to have a map. At least I have some information. I won't bump into the Jiang family's territory directly. Yi Fan kept the map and walked out. Chapter 112. After separating from Yi Fan, Zhou Tong quickly found a secluded place and removed the heaven-deceiving runes on his body. Immediately, the heavenly tribulation of the fourth transformation of the dragon realm descended. The vast sea of lightning instantly drowned the heavens and earth. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged in the void and activated the Lightning Emperor technique. He opened his mouth and swallowed the waves of lightning into his stomach, slowly refining them. His physical body, primordial spirit, and domineering bell were all refining the lightning. His primordial spirit and physical body had benefited greatly from the sea of lightning. He had already reached the fourth transformation of the dragon realm. With the help of the heavenly tribulation, he had taken another small step forward. Kaboom! Finally, the heavenly tribulation of the fifth transformation of the dragon realm descended. The heavenly tribulation still could not do anything to Zhou Tong. It had completely turned into Zhou Tong's nourishment. The heavenly Tao and the sea of lightning had turned into Zhou Tong's enlightenment. The essence of the sea of lightning had turned into nourishment for Zhou Tong's primordial spirit and physical body. The heavenly Tao runes in the sea of lightning had been completely imprinted on the domineering bell, forming one heavenly Tao rune after another. The two consecutive heavenly tribulations lasted for half a day before finally dissipating. After the heavenly tribulation, Zhou Tong had advanced to the fifth transformation of the dragon realm. After advancing to the fifth transformation, Zhou Tong spent a few days refining another portion of the heavenly dragon's origin. However, this time, it was not as intense as the first time. He merely exchanged some blood and completely stabilized his cultivation of the fifth transformation of the dragon realm. At the same time, The fledgling real dragon's divine form in his sea of reincarnation had become clearer. After everything was ready, Zhou Tong immediately rushed to the primordial ancient mine. In the eastern wilderness, there were a total of 7 forbidden zones. The most famous one in the northern region was the primordial ancient mine. It was originally an origin mine, but it had become a forbidden zone. Moreover, with the name primordial, it meant that it had existed before the heavens and earth had been created. It was hard to imagine how long it had existed. The large area outside the primordial ancient mine was almost completely occupied by the various holy lands. This was because it was the most productive origin mine. In fact, more than half of the origin source of the various holy lands came from this place. The origin source produced in other places simply could not be compared to this place. And outside Grand Primordium Ancient Mine stood a single city, Origin City. However, Zhou Tong did not enter Origin City. Instead, he followed another path towards the Origin Ancient Mine. This was also the path that the Eternal Universe Great Emperor had once walked. Back then, when the Eternal Universe Great Emperor went to the Primordium Ancient Mine to train his troops, he took this path. When Zhou Tong was looking at the memories of the immortal Phoenix God's past life, he had seen the Eternal Universe Great Emperor enter this place to refine weapons. Therefore, he knew exactly how the Eternal Universe Great Emperor entered. The Eternal Universe Great Emperor fought his way in. Therefore, wherever he went, all the strange phenomena disappeared. Even if someone had rearranged them later on, they were not as strong as before. Others did not know what the forbidden areas or the creatures in the forbidden areas were, but Zhou Tong knew very well. There were several types of creatures in the forbidden areas. The core of the forbidden areas was naturally the place where the Supremes were in hibernation. Next were the places where the Supremes' guardians or descendants were in hibernation. Next were the creatures that guarded the guardians and passed down generation after generation. The Eternal Universe Great Emperor had killed a large number of these guardians and the creatures that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Primordium Ancient Mine. It could be said that the places that the Eternal Universe Great Emperor had walked through back then had definitely been wiped clean by him. After the Eternal Universe Great Emperor, no other Great Emperor had entered the Primordium Ancient Mine. Naturally, no new guardians had been born. Therefore, the path that the Eternal Universe Great Emperor had walked could be said to be the safest path. All the strange and ominous things were much weaker than the other places. The Primordium Ancient Mine was very big. Zhou Tong walked for an entire day before approaching the center of the Ancient Mine. Depression, fear, grief undulated from the front. It was a type of emotion that made one lose control. Zhou Tong used his martial Tao Heavenly Eye to look into the distance. He saw endless starlight sprinkling down from the horizon like flowing water. The starlight in the sky converged into a white river that flowed to the end of the world. The indescribable undulations were coming from there. I've finally reached the most dangerous place. If it wasn't for, I really didn't want to come. A 9-colored halo flickered between Zhou Tong's brows. He was using the front secret character to resist the summoning force in the Primordium Ancient Mine. At the same time, he was constantly calculating in his heart. This area was already in a state of space-time distortion. The Eternal Universe Great Emperor had casually walked him back then, but he could not walk him like that. He had to use the principles in the Genesis Heaven book to calculate. It had been several years since Zhou Tong obtained the Genesis Heaven book. He was no longer in the same state as when he gambled in the Holy City. He already had a certain level of understanding of the Genesis Heaven book. At the very least, he was dozens of times better than Yi Fan in the original work when he first obtained the Genesis Heaven book. What followed was a circuitous path. Even if he could not advance by 3 steps, he could still retreat by 2 steps. Zhou Tong followed his understanding of the Genesis Heaven book, moving left and right as he drifted forward. Along the way, he also saw many strange creatures in the Primordium Ancient Mine. Some of the weaker ones were directly destroyed without a word, while some of the stronger ones were directly avoided by him. Moreover, The front secret character repeatedly warned him several times along the way. With such warnings, Zhou Tong safely passed through all the dangers in the primordium ancient mine. Finally, Zhou Tong arrived at his destination, the falling sun ridge. The dark sun fell below the ridge, which was called the Falling Sun Ridge. It was a demonic land of extreme yang that burned everything in the world. It was one of the most dangerous places in the world. I've finally arrived at my destination. It's the same route that the Eternal Universe Great Emperor took back then, and it took so much effort. Zhou Tong breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally a little safer here. I'll leave immediately after I get the Scarlet Phoenix Blood Gold. After entering the Falling Sun Ridge, Zhou Tong soon saw a ruin. It was an ancient building that had not collapsed. There was a plaque on it with the words Eternal Universe engraved on it. Behind the building was a ground full of corpses. They were the remains of the ancient creatures that had disturbed the Eternal Universe Great Emperor's training. It's here I found it. Zhou Tong's martial Tao Heavenly. I instantly saw a piece of Scarlet Phoenix Blood Gold in the ruin. He quickly put into his bag. It's time to leave. This place is too ominous. I shouldn't come here again before I master the tyrant body. Zhou Tong quickly left. He didn't even dare to open the layer of stone that sealed the Scarlet Phoenix Blood Gold in the Origin Ancient Mine for fear that its light would attract the creatures in the Origin Ancient Mine. The way out was much simpler. He just had to return the way he came. After a day, Zhou Tong left the vicinity of the Origin Ancient Mine very quickly and returned to the boundless land of the northern region. I've finally left the Origin Ancient Mine. Zhou Tong breathed a sigh of relief after leaving the Origin Ancient Mine. The few days in the Origin Ancient Mine had been too tiring. He didn't dare to relax at all. The anterior secret art had been circulating at its fastest speed throughout the entire process, and he was also constantly using the Genesis Heavenly Book to calculate the terrain. The next thing is the most important thing. I hope I'm not wrong. Zhou Tong nervously took out the Scarlet Phoenix Blood Gold. Chapter 113. He lightly peeled off the stone skin that wrapped around the Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold. Instantly, a dazzling crimson light shot out with thousands of auspicious colors and tens of thousands of divine rainbows. It was crimson like a ruby, and a dazzling brilliance shot out in all directions. It was dazzling and enchanting. It was sparkling and translucent. It was impossible to look at it directly. One could vaguely see the divine phoenix pattern imprinted on it. It was mysterious and magnificent. This is the Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold. I hope you won't disappoint me. Zhou Tong had high hopes for this piece of Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold. At the same time, Zhou Tong's mind moved. Along with the scene of the immortal domain, his 10 heavenly rings opened. Soon after, a phoenix cry rang out as the phoenix spirit body flew out from the 10 heavenly hollows. Zhou Tong slowly removed the divine ring engraved with the heaven, deceiving rune from the phoenix spirit body. Success or failure depends on this. Zhou Tong directly threw the fist-sized piece of Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold into the phoenix spirit body's stomach. Suddenly, blaze. Scorching flames instantly spread from the phoenix spirit body. The temperature of the flames was so high that it far exceeded the 9-colored flames on the 9th level of the fire domain. Even Zhou Tong, who had opened his 10 heavenly rings, had to retreat quickly. However, his martial Tao Heavenly, I remained open and quietly looked at the stomach of his phoenix spirit body. That was also where the Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold was. The Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold was extremely hot. It was indestructible and tough to the extreme. However, at this moment, the Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold in the phoenix spirit body melted instantly, especially when faced with the terrifying power of the immortal fire. It was even boiling in the phoenix spirit body. Screech. The phoenix let out a wild cry as it flapped its wings continuously. The Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold that had entered its body was being burned by the immortal fire. The boiling Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold was simply too terrifying. Even the phoenix spirit body could not withstand it. Zhou Tong could feel the extreme pain of his spirit body. He felt the same way. That kind of pain was like burning steel into steam and pouring into the body. It was simply torture. Nirvana. Without any hesitation, Zhou Tong activated the ultimate skill of the Phoenix clan and allowed his spirit body to undergo nirvana. Great Tao symbols blossomed from the Phoenix spirit's body. Endless auspicious colors flowed about, and unmatched immortal flames surged. This spirit body immediately displayed the Phoenix race's ultimate profound mysteries, undergoing rebirth there. Resplendent power erupted, and light beams overflowed into the heavens. At this moment, Zhou Tong's face finally revealed a trace of joy. This was because he saw that the crimson Phoenix blood gold in the Phoenix spirit body actually began to spurt out crimson light, flowing like fresh blood. This was the ultimate meaning of the crimson Phoenix blood gold. The crimson Phoenix blood gold was just like its name. It had the characteristics of a phoenix and could be reborn. The red light that gushed out was the laws and profundities of the crimson Phoenix blood gold. It was as if it was being reborn after bathing in the blood of an immortal. At this moment, the endless blood seemed to have flowed into the Phoenix spirit body's body and turned into real immortal Phoenix blood, helping it to undergo nirvana and digest the power of the immortal fire. With the help of the crimson Phoenix blood gold, this nirvana was undoubtedly a success. Soon, Zhou Tong saw his Phoenix spirit body being reborn from the flames. The crimson Phoenix blood gold also returned to its previous form with the rebirth of the Phoenix spirit body. It's just as I imagined. Using my Phoenix spirit body's nirvana power to stimulate the crimson Phoenix blood gold, causing it to display the profundities of the immortal gold. Then, my Phoenix spirit body used the profundities of the crimson Phoenix blood gold to successfully undergo nirvana again. Zhou Tong smiled. This was already the fourth nirvana of his Phoenix spirit body. After this nirvana, the immortal fire probably wouldn't be able to do anything to the Phoenix spirit body for 100 years. But it's still not enough. I can feel that a large part of the crimson Phoenix blood gold's profundities have not been absorbed. If I'm not wrong, the immortal emperor's nirvana immortality technique was probably comprehended from the crimson Phoenix blood gold. After Zhou Tong truly saw the immortal gold profundities of the crimson Phoenix blood gold, he roughly guessed the origin of the immortal emperor's nirvana immortality technique. Moreover, what the crimson Phoenix blood gold displayed might not be the pure Phoenix race's profundities, but the blood Phoenix races. Zhou Tong carefully recalled the crimson Phoenix blood gold's profundities and had some guesses in his heart. At the end of the immortal ancient era, the 9 heavens 10 earths were defeated. Perhaps they were spies, or perhaps they were true traitors. In short, the Phoenix race went to another world and was contaminated by dark matter, turning from a phoenix into a fallen blood phoenix. However, it doesn't matter if it's the Phoenix profundities or the blood Phoenix profundities. As long as it can help my Phoenix spirit body pass through this tribulation, it's fine. Zhou Tong was very decisive. He immediately allowed his Phoenix spirit body to undergo nirvana. Only 100 years of time was not enough. He needed a longer period of stability. He even needed a sufficiently powerful trump card. In the future, when the ancient race came into being, all kinds of princes and princesses broke out of their seals. That era belonged to the era of emperor weapons and emperor weapons. Without a trump card that could contend against emperor weapons, even if one was invincible at the same level, there was a chance that they would be dealt with by emperor weapons. And the trump card Zhou Tong chose was this immortal fire. Raging flames soared into the sky, and the Phoenix spirit body underwent nirvana once again. The crimson Phoenix blood gold's profundities were once again displayed. The crimson multicolored Phoenix blood merged into the Phoenix spirit body, once again helping it complete its 5th nirvana. After the 5th nirvana, the Phoenix blood gold's nirvana mysteries were still lacking. Zhou Tong once again allowed the Phoenix spirit body to undergo nirvana for the 6th time. Next was the 7th, 8th, and 9th nirvana. In the 9th nirvana, the crimson Phoenix blood gold's ultimate profundities were finally completely displayed. Furthermore, it was perfectly absorbed by Zhou Tong's phoenix spirit body and turned into its own foundation. Qi, the nirvana divine fire, continued to burn. The runes and great Tao within the immortal fire had been perfectly branded into the phoenix spirit body. From then on, the immortal fire completely dissipated, completing the phoenix spirit body. Clang! At this moment, a lump of metal emitting crimson light flew out of the nirvana divine fire's last trace of immortal Tao divine power. This nirvana was destined to succeed, and there was no need to rely on the crimson phoenix blood gold. Monstrous runes accompanied by terrifying immortal light merged into the crimson phoenix blood gold. This was the great Tao law of immortal fire, and also the profundities of the crimson phoenix blood gold. Although Zhou Tong's phoenix spirit body obtained the resources for nirvana from the crimson phoenix blood gold's profundities, the crimson phoenix blood gold also obtained tremendous growth from the nirvana of the phoenix. Good chance. Zhou Tong waved his hand, and the diamond carving refined from eternal blue gold immediately welcomed the lump of crimson phoenix blood gold and flames. Accompanied by a clanging sound, the diamond carving was reforged once again. After absorbing the crimson phoenix blood gold, the eternal blue gold's radiance immediately dimmed, and it turned into a simple and unadorned color. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that this diamond carving was forged from the crimson phoenix blood gold and the eternal blue gold. It had perfectly fused into a single entity. After fusing with the crimson phoenix blood gold, even Zhou Tong could feel that the phoenix god within the diamond carving seemed to have a sudden increase in spirituality. In particular, the crimson phoenix blood gold's immortal gold profundities were linked together. Coupled with the terrifying power of the immortal fire, its power rapidly increased by countless times. Originally, the Thunder Emperor, Nine-Leaf Sword Grass, Qilin, and Phoenix each controlled a quarter of the territory. However, after this incident, the Phoenix Tao pattern had already taken over 99% of the territory inside the Diamond Chakram. Of course, this didn't mean that the Thunder Emperor, Nine-Leaf Swordgrass, and Qilin's Tao patterns were destroyed. Instead, it was that the Phoenix Tao pattern had suddenly increased in power. This diamond carving had already jumped 3 levels from a Pinnacle King Divine weapon to a Pinnacle Great Sage weapon. The Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold's immortal gold profundities and the ultimate profundities of the immortal Phoenix's nirvana had transformed into Tao patterns. Coupled with the refinement of the immortal fire, as well as the powerful spirituality of the diamond carving, which was comparable to Zhou Tong's spiritual body, it was extremely normal for it to transform into a great sage weapon. This kind of change was both expected and unexpected. What was expected was that the diamond carving's power would definitely increase dramatically. After all, this was something formed from the combination of the immortal gold profundities and the immortal phoenix treasure technique. What was unexpected was that it had gone too smoothly. However, it's still a little strange for it to be promoted to a great sage weapon just like that. After the diamond carving merged with the crimson phoenix blood gold, it seems to have undergone some extraordinary changes. That immortal gold feeling is completely different from the Tyrant Bell that I refined with the Divine Scar purple gold. It's a little similar to Yi Fan's cauldron. Zhou Tong's brows were tightly knitted. Although part of the diamond carving's changes were within his expectations, it still became somewhat unfamiliar. There were some things that exceeded his understanding, and he couldn't understand them. Especially that kind of fundamental change, which made Zhou Tong feel an indescribable sense of irritation. He kept feeling as if he had caught on to something extraordinary, but it quickly disappeared. That feeling was like a flower in the mirror or the moon in the water, difficult to touch. Previously, when he saw Yi Fan's myriad chi cauldron, he vaguely sensed something. Now, this feeling appeared again. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I'll study it when I have time in the future. Zhou Tong was very open-minded and didn't continue to think about this problem. Although it has been promoted to a great sage weapon, the Tao patterns inside my diamond carving are already imbalanced. Zhou Tong smiled slightly and put it away again. It didn't matter if it was imbalanced or not. In the future, when he was strong enough, he could refine the diamond carving and naturally rebalance it. Then he once again looked at his phoenix spirit body that was about to finish its nirvana. Something's not right. However, at this time, Zhou Tong finally realized that something was wrong with his phoenix spirit body. Chapter 114. After the ninth nirvana, what was left behind was not a pile of ashes, nor was it a reborn phoenix spirit body. Instead, it was an egg that was about half a meter tall, a phoenix egg. Zhou Tong, who had seen the immortal divine phoenix medicine's most recent memories, immediately recognized it. There was a phoenix imprint on the eggshell, and the immortal phoenix treasure technique was nurturing inside the egg. It can't be. Zhou Tong found it hard to believe. Could it be that his spirit body was going to turn from virtual to real? Although the spirit-nurturing heavenly abode could still transcend the extreme realm at the highest stage, combining the profound meaning of the heavenly abode realm and the spirit transformation realm. The spirit-nurturing heavenly abode could become the divine embryo nurturing heavenly abode. However, in the ancient chaos technique, this step required the use of the power of faith. It was similar to the immortal emperor's body of faith, the immortal Taoist. It was also similar to the willow deity's divine kingdom of faith during the ancient chaos period. Have I really reached the heavenly abode realm of divine embryo nurturing heavenly abode? Zhou Tong was a little doubtful. He carefully looked at the phoenix egg and found that it was really weak. Any cultivator in the secret realm of reincarnation could easily destroy this phoenix egg. Damn it. Zhou Tong's expression was a little ugly. He originally thought that his phoenix spirit body could completely absorb the power of the immortal fire and reach the boundary emperor realm or even the Tao attainment realm. In the future, it could be his Tao protector. He didn't expect it to become an egg without any combat power. Only God knew how long it would take for this phoenix egg to hatch. Moreover, he thought that the phoenix spirit body would have an unimaginable understanding of the immortal phoenix treasure technique after so many nirvanas. When the time came, as long as it stabilized, it could absorb these insights and advance rapidly. However, now that it had become a phoenix egg, what kind of insights would it have? Although Zhou Tong could feel that once this phoenix egg hatched, it would most likely become his divine embryo nurturing heavenly abode. Who knew how long it would take? I still have to rely on myself for the future. Zhou Tong completely gave up on this phoenix spirit body. He put the phoenix egg back into his 10 paradise ring and placed it beside the divine spring. He hoped that the divine spring's power could help it hatch sooner. At that moment, the white tiger godly medicine, the Bodhi tree, the Kylan godly medicine, and the human-shaped godly medicine had gathered beside the holy spring. This little bit of spring water probably wouldn't last for 300 years. I need to find some time to get something like a divine spring. Perhaps Genesis Qi can replace a part of it. Zhou Tong immediately moved some Genesis Qi to the side, and powerful Genesis Qi immediately spread out. All the divine herbs stretched their bodies to their heart's content and began to absorb Genesis Qi. The phoenix egg also transmitted a vague consciousness. It was very comfortable. I have a feeling that it will be very difficult for this phoenix to hatch. However, once it hatches, it will most likely cross the great emperor tribulation directly, just like those perfect holy spirits. Zhou Tong took one last look at the phoenix egg thoughtfully. After a normal phoenix was born, it would also need to cultivate step by step. However, this wasn't a normal phoenix, but a divine fetus that Zhou Tong had raised. Its natural growth process was different from that of a normal phoenix. Forget it. I'll ignore it for the time being and carefully think about how to raise a divine fetus in a paradise. Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged and once again pulled out the information about the chaotic ancient technique from his memory. These things were still the memories of the Huangtian Emperor's grand disciple. He was an existence who specialized in the chaotic ancient technique and had seen many records and experiments of his ancestors. Among them was the extreme transcendence technique of raising a divine fetus in a paradise. Raising a divine fetus in a paradise, spinning a cocoon, and waiting for a new life. This is an extremely mysterious technique that borrows the power of sacrifice. It's somewhat similar to the sacrificial spirit of the chaotic ancient era. Using one's own paradise to raise a spirit as a sacrificial spirit and finally turning it into a divine fetus, turning it into a true life. It's really a terrifying technique. Zhou Tong studied it carefully and had a general understanding of this technique. However, it was only a little because Heaven Emperor Huang's grand disciple didn't walk this path. He walked the same path as Heaven Emperor Huang. When he reached the 10th heavenly abode, he turned the 10 heavenly abodes into the same size and then connected them together. Because this was the path that the Huangtian Emperor had taken, and he had also received guidance from the Huangtian Emperor, it was easier and more stable to take this path. But it's a little strange. Could that immortal fire also be used as the power of sacrifice and turn my spirit body into a divine fetus? Zhou Tong was somewhat puzzled, but he couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Was this a coincidence? Or was it the power of the crimson gold, immortal gold essence of phoenix blood? The power of faith is indeed incomparably mysterious. It seems like I need to study it. Perhaps it can turn the other spirits in my paradise into divine fetus? Let the vicious 10 revive in my paradise world? The power of faith. That's easy to solve. Zhou Tong almost subconsciously looked at his Bodhi tree. Reincarnation mirror. It's up to you. Zhou Tong said indifferently. The reincarnation mirror shone at the Bodhi tree and soon revealed the image of a Buddha. It was Shakyamuni. After advancing to the dragon transformation secret realm, Zhou Tong could see thousands of years in the reincarnation mirror at one time. During this time, Zhou Tong could find what he wanted. Soon, he saw the image of Shakyamuni teaching the Tao. Veda Sutra. So this is the scripture that the quasi-emperor, Shakyamuni, created himself. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Unfortunately, he didn't see the key to the power of faith. To be precise, Shakyamuni had a deep understanding of the power of faith. However, his method of using the power of faith was not the kind that Zhou Tong wanted. Past lives. Zhou Tong didn't wait much longer and continued to look at the Bodhi tree's past lives. Soon, another great Buddha appeared in front of Zhou Tong. He was very similar to Shakyamuni, but his aura was different. This Buddha's Tao was somewhat different from Shakyamuni's. Zhou Tong continued to browse and soon found what he wanted. It was the Amitabha Sutra, Emperor Amitabha's imperial scripture, as well as the method of using the power of faith that Zhou Tong especially wanted. The power of faith. I see, this is the power of faith. Zhou Tong didn't comprehend this for the time being. Instead, he recorded all the content so that he could slowly comprehend it when he had time in the future. This was Amitabha's understanding of the power of faith. In terms of the power of faith, Amitabha was undoubtedly ahead of all the other great emperors. These insights were extremely precious. This was especially true for the core part, which was using the power of faith to condense the Dharma idol or even the future body. This was the method of using the power of faith that Zhou Tong wanted to see the most. Combining these things, the path of nurturing the divine embryo in the grotto heaven might be feasible. Since I've seen it, let's go back to the previous life. Zhou Tong quickly flipped forward again and went back to the previous life. This life seemed ordinary. In this life, the person that the Bodhi tree followed was a relatively ordinary boundary emperor. An old fellow who hadn't walked his own path and had barely advanced to the boundary emperor realm. So he was the successor of the lunar sect countless years ago. This life is worth it. At least I've obtained the complete lunar sutra. Let's look forward. I remember that the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue's immortal divine medicine was also the Bodhi tree. Perhaps I can see the complete Tao Sutra? Maybe I can see the 3 pure ones? Zhou Tong recovered his divine power and used the reincarnation mirror to flip through the Bodhi tree's memories again. He couldn't see anyone in this life's memories at all. He looked forward again. However, there was still no one. There was only the scene where the essence was taken away. He looked forward again. However, there was still no one. There was only the scene where the essence was taken away. Damn. I almost forgot that the Bodhi tree can be reborn as long as its essence is taken away. Heavens, how many lives did this thing spend in such boredom? Zhou Tong felt that he was about to break down. Every time he flipped forward, his divine power would be greatly depleted. If he continued to look, he would definitely not see anything. He might not even be able to last until the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue controlled the Bodhi tree. Chapter 115. I won't be able to see the source of the Bodhi tree anytime soon. This immortal Bodhi tree has gone through nirvana too many times. Zhou Tong took one last look at the Bodhi tree. His mouth twitched as he looked away. Speaking of which, after I entered the secret realm of dragon transformation, I haven't looked at the source of the other immortal divine herbs. Zhou Tong looked at the human-shaped divine herb. This divine herb was very special. In fact, Zhou Tong had only seen it in his previous life when it was in the hands of the ancient Chaos Emperor. It hadn't even seen it in its previous life or in its previous life. Reincarnation Mirror. Zhou Tong immediately pointed the reincarnation mirror at the human-shaped divine herb. Suddenly, a vast ocean appeared in front of the reincarnation mirror. It was dazzling, and the sound of waves could be heard. The surface of the ocean was silver. It was as if an endless river of stars had gathered and formed a vast ocean. The silver waves rolled up and danced in the sky like a metal storm. The previous life of the human-shaped divine medicine was extremely long. No one knew how many tens of thousands of years it had been. No matter how Zhou Tong changed the time of the entry point, all he could see was this silver ocean. What is this? Zhou Tong was a little confused. This was the first time he saw an ocean instead of a person. I know. This is the forbidden area, the reincarnation sea. Soon, Zhou Tong came to a realization. The human-shaped divine medicine was planted in this forbidden area in his previous life. It was only later taken away by the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. The ancient Chaos Emperor was also very powerful. He dared to rush into the reincarnation sea and take away their immortal divine herb. However, since it has been destroyed in this life, I can only look at my previous life, Zhou Tong said quietly. Then, he flipped the page and soon saw the humanoid divine medicine's past life. When the human-shaped divine herb's previous life appeared in front of him, a human figure appeared. No, rather than a human figure. It was more like a piece of nothingness. There seemed to be a person there, but it also seemed like there was nothing. It was a blur, and the void was distorted. This is Dizun. Zhou Tong almost blurted out the name subconsciously. He had cultivated the scriptures of the sovereign Tao Palace's secret zone, so he could sense that this person was the sovereign. I didn't expect it to be a venerable sovereign. The time span of this human-shaped divine medicine is really not ordinary. Zhou Tong was shocked. He didn't expect to see an emperor. God knows how much time had passed between the ancient Chaos Great Emperor and the emperor. The amount of divine power required to view the previous life was extremely frightening. But since he had seen Dizun, Zhou Tong had no intention of conserving his divine power. If worse came to worst, he could just replenish it after using it up. Zhou Tong continuously replenished his divine power more than 10 times before he finally found the scene where the ancestor passed down the scripture. This person should be the emperor, the venerable sovereign's disciple. Zhou Tong silently memorized the scriptures and secret techniques passed down by the venerable sovereign. Now that I've seen the complete scripture of the venerable sovereign, this trip has not been in vain. Next, I'll directly look at the origin of the human-shaped divine medicine. I wonder which celestial king it is. Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged to restore his divine power. Immediately, he poured all his divine power into the reincarnation mirror. Suddenly, a man appeared in the image of the reincarnation mirror. This person's eyes were cold. Although his hair was disheveled, he had a supreme majesty and a terrifying aura. He sat quietly on the high seat, allowing all the experts in the heavens to worship him. Celestial King. This is the Celestial King, a human celestial king from the immortal ancient era. Time is limited. I must find the scene of him cultivating and passing down the scripture as soon as possible. Zhou Tong quickly controlled the reincarnation mirror. Then, the image on the reincarnation mirror kept rotating. Now that his cultivation level had advanced to the dragon transformation mystic realm, and this humanoid miraculous medicine had probably not undergone nirvana many times, Zhou Tong spent a whole hour looking at this humanoid miraculous medicine's past life. There was more than enough time. Zhou Tong kept searching for the cultivation records of this celestial king. Zhou Tong didn't have any interest in ordinary divine techniques or precious techniques. What he wanted to find was the precious techniques of the 10 ferocious beasts. Of course, this wasn't because Zhou Tong didn't care about those techniques. In fact, techniques that could be collected by a celestial king weren't simple things. At the present time, at least the secret techniques of the great emperors were mostly celestial level. However, the precious techniques of the 10 ferocious beasts were the path that Zhou Tong chose. So before he collected all the precious techniques of the 10 ferocious beasts, he didn't think of getting other precious techniques. In the immortal ancient era, the various races were extremely harmonious. I believe that those celestial kings who could turn into elixirs of immortality might have learned one or two of the precious techniques of the 10 ferocious beasts. Zhou Tong kept searching, and my luck is not bad. This celestial king seems to be very interested in the precious techniques of the 10 ferocious beasts. He's also searching, and seems to have found a few precious techniques of the 10 ferocious beasts. He also seems to have learned the Kuan Peng precious technique. I don't know where it is, but I have to look for it carefully. The Kuan Peng blends yin and yang. With the Kuan Peng precious technique, it will be much easier for me to cultivate the great yin and great yang in the future. He recovered his divine power several times in succession, and finally, he saw a supreme precious technique of the 10 ferocious beasts. This is it, reincarnation mirror. Turn this precious technique into a brand and imprint it into my primordial spirit. Zhou Tong was very excited. He finally saw another precious technique of the 10 ferocious beasts. Very quickly, a mysterious and unfathomable precious technique appeared in Zhou Tong's mind. After getting the precious technique, Zhou Tong immediately withdrew the divine power that he had poured into the reincarnation mirror. Soon, he calmed down and transferred all his attention to this brand new precious technique of the 10 ferocious beasts. As Zhou Tong's attention was focused, suddenly, voila! As if there was a strange sound, the brand of the 10 ferocious beasts instantly turned into thousands of symbols. Half of them were black, tearing the void apart, and the other half were red as blood, arranged together. Then, all the symbols were transforming, and with a clanging sound, they quickly combined together and turned into the shape of a strange beast. This was a very strange beast. Its head was that of a wolf, but it had a pair of huge bull horns and a vertical eye between its eyebrows. It looked extremely ferocious. Its whole body was covered in pitch-black scales, which were like divine gold, shining with a cold light. Between the gaps of the scales, there was terrifying red hair that was as red as blood. The most shocking thing was that this strange beast had a total of 9 tails, and at the end of each tail, there was a dragon head. It was ferocious and terrifying. 9 nether python. This was the most ferocious of the 10 ferocious beasts. 9 nether python. This was the supreme ferocious beast of the 10 ferocious beasts, the 9 nether python, which was formed by symbols. It looked as if it was alive, looking down on the heavens. It was extremely ferocious, and it looked as if it was going to swallow someone whole. It's not the Kuan Peng precious technique. It turned out to be this. This is the 9 nether python precious technique. Zhou Tong immediately immersed himself in it. He experienced the various changes just now, constantly evolving and imitating them. In an instant, It seemed as if thousands of years had passed. The nine nether python was an existence that could truly be called ferocious among the 10 ferocious beasts. The other 10 ferocious beasts were called ferocious because of their own abilities and ferociousness. But the ferociousness of the nine nether python was not just the ferociousness of their abilities, but the extreme ferociousness of their race. There were almost no good people in the nine nether python race. At this moment, in Zhou Tong's mind, symbol after symbol danced in his mind, turning into a nine nether python. It was incomparably ferocious, and its laws were completely displayed. At this moment, the world seemed to have turned into darkness. Blood and sin danced together. The nine nether python roared to the heavens, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble. The nine nether demonic chi expanded to the extreme, causing ghosts to wail and wolves to howl. 9 dragon tails danced wildly, and dragon roars echoed out, causing the void to collapse at this moment. It seemed as if there was only one nine nether python left in the world. It seemed to contain the power to destroy the heavens. The heavens of all eternity revolved around it, trembling because of it. In the vertical eye between the 9 nether python's eyebrows, endless death flowed out. With a single glance, the world came to an end. Countless eras rose and fell, and the entire world was deathly still. Looking back again, in the eyes of the 9 nether python, the sun and moon sank, the stars fell, the galaxies collapsed, the world was destroyed, and the primal chaos collapsed. It was incomparable. This was the ultimate destruction. The 9 nether python was an existence that represented destruction among the 10 ferocious beasts. It was the god of destruction, and the Tao of the 9 nether python was the Tao of destruction. It was incomparably terrifying. Chapter 116. Zhou Tong studied for an entire month's time before finally comprehending the 9 nether nightmare treasure technique's initial stage once. It could be considered to have truly crossed the threshold. Next is to raise another 9 nether python in the 10 heavenly rings. As soon as this thought appeared in Zhou Tong's mind, a boom could be heard as the 10 heavenly holes opened. A 9 netherworld's python opened its eyes. The spirit nurturing had already begun, and now it was time to truly take form and bestow life. At this moment, the 10 heavenly rings had an additional majestic aura of life, containing a powerful spiritual will. The 9 nether python was ferocious and ruthless. Its eyes were filled with boundless madness, and there was a kind of violent, cruel, and tyrannical aura. Its pitch-black scales were mixed with blood-red hair. It had a pair of bull horns, a vertical eye between its eyebrows, and 9 dragon tails. It contained the true meaning of the great Tao. This was an extremely shocking change. When this spiritual body took form, it became more agile. In a trance, a real 9 nether python awakened, destroying the sky and decimating the earth. It was invincible in the universe. 9 nether python, perhaps this 9 nether python is the most compatible with the tyrant body of the heavens among the 10 vicious. Zhou Tong was looking forward to it. He was looking forward to turning this 9 nether python into his own divine form in the future. The current Zhou Tong already had the 9-leaf sword grass divine form and the Qilin divine form. Although the 3rd divine form was still being nurtured, it was already confirmed to be the true dragon divine form. The 4th divine form should be the immortal phoenix. My comprehension of the immortal phoenix treasure technique has already reached the standard of a divine form. The 9 nether python is ranked 5th or even lower. Unfortunately, the lightning emperor's treasure technique is the first of the 10 vicious I obtained, but has always been ranked behind. Zhou Tong couldn't help but look at the lightning emperor's spiritual body in his 10 heavenly rings. He rarely used the lightning emperor's treasure technique against enemies. Against strong enemies, he used the Qilin's treasure technique the most. In group battles, he mostly used the grass symbol sword technique. For healing, he used the immortal phoenix treasure technique. Apart from a few times in the early stages of the Kunlun Mountains, he hadn't used the lightning emperor's treasure technique after coming to the Big Dipper. Although his comprehension was increasing along with his realm, he lacked the Lightning Emperor's treasure technique that could be used in actual combat. He still couldn't find the opportunity to transform it into a divine form. However, I have to go to the Jade Lake's old haunt and rescue Pangbo. My current cultivation is still a bit lacking. It's time for me to advance to the 6th transformation of the Dragon Realm. After that, I'll go look for Yifan, Zhou Tong decided. The 9 tails of the 9 serenities, AO, were actually 9 dragons without claws. The process of comprehending the 9 serenities AO treasure technique was also beneficial to the advancement of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Dimension. He was already showing signs of advancing to the 6th transformation of the Dragon Realm. It's time to consume the Dragon Marrow. Once the Dragon Marrow seal was opened, a fragrant aroma immediately wafted out, making people feel comfortable all over. Every pore opened up, refreshing the mind. This was one of the 3 drops of top-grade Dragon Marrow given by the Jiang family. This was purple Dragon Marrow. This drop of Dragon Marrow was the size of thumb. It was sparkling and translucent, with a purple glow. It was as if the purple chi had come from the east. The fragrance directly entered Zhou Tong's soul. Zhou Tong consumed the Dragon Marrow. Suddenly, a mysterious Great Way Law emerged from the Dragon Marrow and entered Zhou Tong's body. Almost instantly, Zhou Tong quickly entered a mysterious state of comprehension. Sparkling and translucent flower petals fell from the sky. Around him, dragon roars could be heard. A huge purple dragon emerged from Zhou Tong's body and danced with the endless flower petals. One flower, one world. Zhou Tong rode the dragon and roamed the heavens, opening another door to his potential. The Great Way Law in the Dragon Marrow was like a key that opened the door to the potential of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Dimension. Therefore, refining the Dragon Marrow was the most valuable treasure in the Dragon Transformation Mystery Dimension. The Trichiliocosm rotated in Zhou Tong's heart. Every world expanded bit by bit as Zhou Tong roamed. In the following month, Zhou Tong continued to refine the Dragon Marrow. When the 3 drops of top-grade Dragon Marrow given by the Jiang family were completely refined, he suddenly felt that the huge dragon in his body had started to change. It was as if it was about to fly and soar into the sky. The Thunder Trial is coming. Zhou Tong realized that he had broken through another stage and reached the 6th transformation of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Dimension. Boom! Right at this moment, endless bolts of lightning descended from the sky. It didn't take long for them to drown this place, turning it into a sea of lightning. Hundreds and thousands of golden snakes danced in the air, causing the vast world to be blazing with heat. It was still the Thunder Emperor technique. Zhou Tong opened his mouth and inhaled. The lightning bolts in the sky entered his stomach and were guided by the Thunder Emperor technique. While refining his body and primordial spirit, it also refined Zhou Tong's warlord bell. After half a day, the lightning bolts dissipated and Zhou Tong successfully advanced to the 6th transformation of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Dimension. Then, he spent a few days refining the origin of the Sky Dragon and stabilized his cultivation of the 6th transformation of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Dimension. At this point, 60% of the origin of the Sky Dragon in the Great Dragon Tribulation had been refined by Zhou Tong. At this moment, Zhou Tong finally felt that something was different. He could feel that in his Dragon Transformation secret realm, there seemed to be some doors of potentials that released a slight amount of power. Has the origin become stronger? Or could it be that my physique has changed a little under the effect of the indestructible heaven skill, and I'm beginning to move towards the primal chaos body? Zhou Tong thought of this almost instantly. However, most of the changes in the body constitution are concentrated in the Dragon Transformation Mystery Dimension. Zhou Tong sighed in his heart. This was definitely not a change in the body constitution. A real change in the body constitution was a change in every mystery dimension in the body. The Dragon Transformation Mystery Dimension alone can only produce such a small change. It can't push my body constitution to the higher level of the chaotic body. Zhou Tong knew this very well. Previously, when he was cultivating on Earth, Zhou Tong had once touched upon the feeling of Celestial Emperor Huang when he created the reincarnation sea mystic realm through the opportunity of the Ten Heavens Divine Ring. He truly saw the door to the potential of the reincarnation sea mystic realm. Therefore, Zhou Tong was very clear about what the so-called body constitution was. Assuming that there were 300 million doors of potential in every mortal body and the potential released after each door of potential was 1, then when all the doors were opened, the power released would be 300 million. As for the so-called special body constitutions, they still only had 300 million doors. However, the potential behind some of the doors could be 3, 5, or even 10. When all the doors were opened, the power released would naturally be higher. The external manifestation was that the blood, divine sense, and combat strength of these special body constitutions were far superior to those of ordinary bodies. Moreover, because these doors were different, the specific manifestations of these special body constitutions were also different. For example, there were differences in the vision and blood. Of course, there were actually some fluctuations in the initial stage of each body constitution. Just like the Divine King body, each Divine King body's uniqueness was somewhat different and the range was wider. Along with cultivation, a cultivator would experience a series of transformations. Perhaps it was due to the baptism of dragon blood or phoenix blood, or perhaps it was due to the transformation of ancient secret techniques. The value of a cultivator's gate of potential would not remain unchanged. Therefore, in theory, when one cultivated to the quasi-emperor level, there was almost no difference between a mortal body and a divine body. Furthermore, the gap between a mortal body and a divine body would be further narrowed. On the path of Tao validation, the advantage of a special body constitution was actually an advantage in the early stage. When one reached the later stage, even a mortal body would definitely go through a series of transformations, causing the potential behind each door of potential in the body to skyrocket. At present, Zhou Tong only had such a change in the dragon transformation secret realm. Moreover, he had only used the indestructible heaven skill to refine the origin of a sky dragon. Such a small change was not enough to cause a qualitative change in him. At most, it would make him slightly stronger than other tyrant bodies. Perhaps when other tyrant bodies reached the great success stage, the potential released was 1 billion. However, when Zhou Tong reached the great success stage, the potential released could reach 1,010,000. This extra 10,000 only accounted for 100,000th of the terrifying number of 1 billion. Compared to other tyrant bodies, it was negligible. However, it could also be the straw that broke the camel's back. Chapter 117. The Holy City had existed since ancient times. The majestic city gate tower was 100 meters tall. It had a majestic aura and was extremely grand. From afar, the massive ancient city gave off a suffocating pressure. The Holy City is finally here again. When Zhou Tong saw the city, he revealed a smile. After entering the city, Zhou Tong immediately circulated his divine technique and began to sense Yi Fan's location. Yi Fan is actually not in the Holy City? Zhou Tong was somewhat astonished. Following that, he walked straight to a nearby vendor that sold refining materials. "Uncle, has anything major happened in the Holy City over the past few months?" Zhou Tong asked the vendor casually as he replenished some materials for refining and setting up arrays. "The past few months have been peaceful, but half a month ago, there was a shocking gamble at the Ji family stone shop. A young man named Gu Feng bet over 1 million Genesis source at the Ji family stone shop." The stall owner's eyebrows danced as he spoke. He seemed to have seen it with his own eyes as he recounted the events that had happened in detail. He even mentioned how the youth named Gu Feng had obtained divine origins and immortal jewels in great detail. Although he didn't know how trustworthy the uncle's words were, he could tell from the details that this Gu Feng was undoubtedly Yi Fan. Furthermore, it was not divine origins, but divine silkworms. There's no mistake. This person is Yi Fan. Zhou Tong knew very well that this was definitely Yi Fan, who had received his guidance, who had come here to make a fortune. Therefore, it was understandable that Yi Fan was not in the holy city. He must have used the money to break through to the fifth firmament of the Tao Palace. Yi Fan is nearing the time to defy the heavens and change his fate, Zhou Tong thought to himself. Following that, he looked at the uncle. I want these stellar stones, mystic ice jade, divine blood soil, fey divine wood, and divine phoenix stone. All right, 10,320 caddies of origin source. I'll give you a discount, 10,000 pure origin source. Previously, he had just obtained 20 million caddies of source from the Ji family's North Region source mine headquarters. Zhou Tong was too lazy to bargain, so he directly paid the bill and left. After leaving the shop, Zhou Tong continued to wander around the holy city. Along the way, he visited many shops and spent over 1 million kilograms of source energy to purchase a large number of materials. However, it was still not enough. The materials required to inscribe some strange runes were too shocking. Zhou Tong had plenty of time anyway, so he just kept looking around. Zhou Tong spent 2 days looking at all the shops that sold materials in the holy city. He was too lazy to continue strolling around. He turned around and entered the Jiang family's stone workshop. With his current cultivation in the dragon transformation mystic realm, he was qualified to enter the heaven zone of the major stone workshops. He did not need to rely on the Jiang family's token like before. The Jiang family stone workshop is unlucky. You owe me 10 million caddies of source energy. If I don't make you bleed today, I definitely won't leave, Zhou Tong said to himself as he looked at the Jiang family stone workshop. The Jiang family stone workshop was very quiet, especially in the heaven zone. As usual, there were not many people. As soon as Zhou Tong entered, someone immediately welcomed him. It was Master Yuan of the Jiang family stone workshop. He was responsible for introducing the stones here to the customers. Zhou Tong casually responded with a few words and immediately began to look at the stones one by one seriously. This was not the same as when they had made the bet. At that time, Zhou Tong knew which stones definitely contained treasures. Now, he had to rely on Zhou Tong himself. However, Zhou Tong had studied the Book of Source Heaven for several years. Although he did not cultivate the divine eyes of Origin Heaven, the martial Tao Heavenly Eye was also a type of heavenly eye. It barely had half the power of the divine eyes of Origin Heaven when looking at stones. The martial Tao Heavenly Eye had half the power of the divine eyes of Origin Heaven. Coupled with his current Genesis techniques, it was much stronger than when Yi Fan made the bet in the original work. Zhou Tong looked very carefully. He barely paused on each stone for a moment as he used his Genesis techniques to investigate. There are a lot of good things in the Jiang family stone workshop. If I cut them all out, the Jiang family will cry to death today, Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, the Jiang family didn't keep their word and wanted to break the contract. Even if I can't destroy the Jiang family, I will disgust you to death. I can't be bothered to collect your debts, but the treasures here belong to me. When he was almost done with his investigation, Zhou Tong immediately began to choose stones. He casually chose an ordinary stone and threw down the origin source, indicating that he had bought it. He cut the stone with sword chi. Suddenly, the place was filled with a dazzling brilliance. A golden origin source the size of a human head rolled out and suspended in the void. It shone brilliantly like a small sun, brightly illuminating the void. Origin source. An origin source has been cut out. Heavens, an origin source the size of a human head is worth 250,000 kilograms of pure origin source. As soon as they saw this ray of light, the few people in the Heaven Industrial Park immediately rushed over and stared at the origin source suspended in the air with fiery eyes. Continue to choose stones. I'm going to cut a lot today. Zhou Tong accepted the origin source and continued to cut stones. Originally, Zhou Tong would not do anything to the Jiang family out of respect for Jiang Taishu. However, after the previous incident, Zhou Tong no longer had a good impression of the Jiang family. They could only blame themselves for being unlucky to be seen by him. Zhou Tong quietly cut stones. He almost didn't wait before directly cutting the stones. He had been looking for a long time and had a rough idea of the stones in the Jiang family stone workshop. He walked in front of the pile of stones and occasionally chose some stones to cut on the spot. Instantly, everyone saw a miracle. Heart-sized origin source, head-sized origin source, and even wheel-sized origin source emerged from the stones one by one. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Suet Iron Jade, Extreme Een Ice Soul, Silver Moon Divine Jade, and other immortal treasures were so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. There were also Phoenix Grass, Silver Peach Seeds, Blood Jade Ganoderma, and other spiritual herbs that were intoxicating. The entire Jiang family stone workshop had almost become Zhou Tong's one-man show. Although he had cut a few stones wrongly along the way, and the items inside were of low value or even blank, it didn't matter. Most of them were still profitable. Zhou Tong's stone cutting was not only in the Heaven Industrial Park, but also in the Earth Industrial Park, Xin Industrial Park, Huang Industrial Park, and many other industrial parks. Anyway, the Jiang family owed him millions of kilograms of origin source. This time, he would make them pay. Gradually, more and more people entered this place. Everyone looked enviously at Zhou Tong, who was continuously cutting stones. There were too many good items, and they were envious. Only the members of the Jiang family had ashen faces. Every stone that was cut out was equivalent to cutting off their flesh. These items are already worth millions of kilograms of origin source. Damn it! The expression of the person in charge of the Jiang family stone workshop became more and more ugly. He had missed so many treasures, and he was definitely going to be the scapegoat. Heavens, he's too fierce. He went to every industrial park. He's not giving the Jiang family any chance to survive. Could it be a source heaven master? Is the ancestral master here? The Jiang family stone workshop is destined to be unlucky. This guy is a werewolf, and he's even more ruthless than a ruthless person. He's going to cut all the treasures in the Jiang family's stone workshop clean. When did the Jiang family offend such a person? Everyone was a little shocked. This was offending the Jiang family to the extreme. At the same time, many people were gloating. Being targeted by someone suspected to be a source heaven master was definitely going to cost a lot. Little friend, don't go too far. At that moment, a voice sounded in Zhou Tong's ear. It was a voice transmission from the Jiang family stone workshop. They were already unable to withstand the pressure. Don't worry, this is the last stone. After cutting this one, there's nothing else worth my attention. Zhou Tong chuckled and directly chose the cheapest and largest stone in the stone workshop. This stone was obviously going to be disposed of as scrap. Finally, under everyone's shocked gazes, a black divine light shot into the sky, and a pitch-black object was cut out by Zhou Tong. Heavens, it's actually this kind of thing. This light, this pattern. There's no mistake, it's black dragon pattern gold. It's really black dragon pattern gold. It's an immortal material exclusive to the Great Emperor. There are true dragon patterns on it. Heavens, it's actually the size of a fist. It's enough to refine a small weapon. Everyone stared at the black dragon patterned gold with burning eyes. Only the Jiang family's faces were completely black. Who shipped this batch of stones over? There's actually something like immortal gold in it. Are they all stupid? The Jiang family stone workshop's manager roared in his heart. Such a large piece of black dragon pattern gold. It's at least 10,000 kilograms. There must be a precious treasure in this stone. Which idiot shipped it over? This elder, it seems that half a month ago on the day of your grandson's birth, he was drunk and threw it in. Moreover, the black dragon pattern gold is tightly wrapped in the stone skin, so it doesn't appear heavy, a Jiang family cultivator carefully replied. If one could determine what was inside a stone based on its weight, there would be no such thing as stone gambling. Many treasures concealed themselves before they were cut open and wouldn't reveal any weight. The Jiang family stone workshop's manager. Chapter 118. Young friend, the Jiang family is willing to buy back this piece of black dragon pattern gold. The Ninely Empire wants this piece of black dragon pattern gold. You can name any price you want. The Great Xia Empire is willing to buy this piece of black dragon pattern gold for 5 million caddies of origin energy. Soon, people began to make a ruckus. Zhou Tong ignored them and kept the piece of black dragon pattern gold. Seeing Zhou Tong's attitude, some people immediately guessed that he definitely did not want to sell it. In addition, he had obtained so many rare treasures before, so they immediately had some evil thoughts. The reason why no one dared to provoke the legendary Genesis Heaven Masters was not only because of their amazing Genesis arts, but also because every Genesis Heaven Master's cultivation level was not low. And you, a little cultivator in the Dragon Transformation secret domain, dare to have such an attitude? Young friend, the Black Dragon Pattern Gold is an immortal material exclusive to Emperors. It's too precious and needs an Emperor weapon to suppress it. It's better to sell it as soon as possible and exchange it for some benefits. The Alcade Grand Elder had a kind smile on his face. Yes, the Black Dragon Pattern Gold is after all the most powerful immortal material. It must be refined with extremely strict methods. With your strength, even if you keep it, you won't be able to refine it into a weapon. It's a waste of such a rare treasure. Just sell it to us. How much origin energy? Name a price. The group of old people said one after another. Their words were either persuasion or threats. In short, they did not want Zhou Tong to take away this treasure. I can't suppress it? Zhou Tong tilted his head and smiled. Immediately after, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared in his body. It was as if a raging flame had descended and wanted to burn everyone to death. Every almighty felt an intense burning pain. The weapon of an ancient saint. Many people's faces turned pale. Even divine lords were nervous. They never thought that this young man would be so extraordinary and have a saint weapon. Once he took it out, he could definitely wipe out a large group of people. That kind of power was almost impossible to resist. In the era where saints were rarely born, one would be invincible with such a weapon. Do I have enough foundation to suppress this piece of Black Dragon Pattern Gold? Zhou Tong activated a bit of the purple sun lamp strength and smiled at the group of old men around him. Ha, little friend, of course it's enough. The Supreme Elder of the Wavering Light, Sacred Land, smiled awkwardly. It's good that you know. Zhou Tong also smiled and swaggered out of the Jiang family stone workshop. Yi Fan has gone to break through to the 5th tier of the Dao Palace. I'm afraid it will take him at least a month. I'll take advantage of this time to go out and do some things. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment before leaving the holy city. His first stop was the village near the Purple Mountains where the Genesis Heaven Master's descendants had moved to. Over the past few years, the entire village has begun to cultivate. Although no one has broken through to the Dao Palace mystic realm yet, it's a good start. Zhou Tong stood in the sky and looked down at the village below. Today's village was no longer as poor as it was when they first met. Instead, it was thriving. Many of the young people in the village had begun to cultivate the purple sun scripture. Even the older generation was cultivating it. Some of the white-haired old men had black hair growing out of their heads again. It was obvious that their lifespan had increased greatly. Purple sun lamp, the karma between us has been settled. I have also passed down the purple sun scripture. Go and protect this village. If there's a chance in the future, I'll come back and take a look. Zhou Tong waved his hand, and the purple sun lamp appeared in front of him. The purple sun lamp was extremely intelligent. It floated in front of Zhou Tong and nodded in the void as if it was nodding in thanks. Swoosh! Then, it quickly turned into a purple light and entered the largest house in the village. That was the home of the Genesis Heaven Master's descendant, 5th Master Zhang, who was also the village chief. I hope another sacred land will be born in a few thousand years. Perhaps a purple sun sacred land will appear in the Big Dipper in the future. The key is that you have to survive the tribulation on the path to immortality in a few hundred years. Zhou Tong said in his heart as he took one last look at the village. Ever since he obtained the purple sun lamp on Earth, it had been protecting him for a long time. Now, It was time to set it free and fulfill the Purple Sun Great Sage's final wish. Next, my only Tao Protector's sacred weapon is you. Zhou Tong casually grabbed. The diamond carving, which emitted a hazy blue and red light, immediately appeared in Zhou Tong's palm. Originally, he wanted to use it as a weapon that would grow alongside him. But now, fate was playing tricks on him. It had become his trump card. The diamond carving had fused the ultimate mysteries of the immortal phoenix treasure technique and had been refined by the immortal fire. It was already a peak great sacred weapon. In addition, it had already awakened the mysteries of the red gold immortal gold phoenix blood. It could completely contend with a pseudo-thearch weapon for a short period of time. Most importantly, the diamond carving was different from other sacred weapons. Its deity was formed because it had fused with the spirituality born in the 10 heavenly caves' divine ring. It was completely connected to Zhou Tong's mind. With just a thought from Zhou Tong, it could directly be resurrected and explode with the power of a great sage. It was because of this diamond carving, which was equivalent to having a great sage protecting him at all times, that Zhou Tong was willing to let go and leave the purple sun lamp to the village. Next, to the fire domain. Zhou Tong immediately used the mysterious jade pedestal to cross the void and return to the edge of the fire domain in an instant. He did not hesitate to enter the 9th level of the fire domain, where the 9 colored flames were. Now, standing in the 9 colored flames, I can no longer feel any threat. Zhou Tong's 10 heavenly caves divine ring unfolded and casually walked around this level of the fire domain. Soon, he arrived at the 9-level fire domain, where the 9-colored fog was the thickest. Buzz! The diamond carving flew out of Zhou Tong's hand, and the deity inside the diamond carving was awakened. Its terrifying power instantly engulfed the entire 9-level fire domain. Almost instantly, the entire 9-level fire domain was completely emptied, and there was not a trace of 9-colored fog left. Zhou Tong threw the piece of black dragon gold in his hand at the diamond carving. Woo-woo! The diamond carving enlarged in the void, and the ring was like a black hole that directly swallowed the black dragon gold. One could see that the blue and red diamond carving was now slowly covered with a layer of black light. The black light was very little at first, but as the black dragon gold was continuously refined, the black light increased and gradually equaled the blue and red light. Next, I'll have to brand the 9 nether demon treasure technique. Zhou Tong's hands kept moving in the void, and one rune after another was branded into the diamond carving. The branding process of the 9 nether demon treasure technique and the refining process of the black dragon gold were completely synchronized. Zhou Tong felt that the diamond carving seemed to be developing the patterns of the 9 nether demon treasure technique while refining the black dragon gold. After half a month, the piece of black dragon gold was completely refined, and the 9 nether demon treasure technique was successfully branded into the diamond carving. It's still lacking a lot. After refining, Zhou Tong looked at the diamond carving and shook his head slightly. He could feel that there was an additional 9 nether demon inside the diamond carving. However, compared to the Thunder Emperor, 9-leaf swordgrass, and Kirin, it was obviously very sluggish, like a puppet. It cannot be compared to the immortal phoenix. After all, I was the one who injected the 9 nether demon into it. The evolution of the Tao pattern did not reach the level of a god. Zhou Tong suddenly felt helpless. The reason why the Thunder Emperor, 9-leaf swordgrass, and Kirin could become gods was because of the refinement of the immortal fire. The reason why the Phoenix could become a great saint-level god was not only because of the immortal fire, but also because of the immortal Phoenix treasure techniques, extreme sublimation, and the immortal gold's profound meaning of the Crimson Phoenix blood gold. In the end, the 9 nether demon that Zhou Tong injected himself did not receive such treatment. Naturally, it could only form such a sluggish thing. Strictly speaking, this thing could not even be considered God. This 9 nether demon inside the diamond carving could not be considered God at all. It could only be considered to have weaved the Tao and reasoned that belonged to the 9 nether demon. Forget it. When I cultivate to the king stage, The 9 Nether Demon will be on par with the Thunder Emperor, 9-leaf sword grass, and Kirin. Zhou Tong did not force it. In any case, this thing still had a lot of room for improvement. Most importantly, the diamond carving had been staying in his 10 Heavens divine ring all this time, enjoying the treatment of the Heavens nurturing spirit. But this fire territory, it hasn't been long since the 10th level was destroyed, and now the 9th level has been destroyed too. Zhou Tong looked at the entire fire territory, somewhat speechless. Could this fire territory last for another 100 years? Chapter 119. After sending away the purple sun lamp and refining the diamond carving, Zhou Tong returned to the holy city nearly a month later. Yi Fan is back. Zhou Tong followed his senses and came to a small origin stone shop in a small alley in the holy city. He found Yi Fan immediately. Yi Fan, you can't fool those half-step almighties with your appearance. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and smiled. You are Zhou Tong? Yi Fan looked at Zhou Tong in surprise. The person in front of him didn't look like Zhou Tong at all. Zhou Tong removed the heaven and earth transformation technique and revealed his original appearance. Little Yi Fan, is this the ruthless person wanted by the wavering light sacred land and the Ji family? At that moment, the 2 young men sitting next to Yi Fan were shocked. That's right. He's the Zhou Tong I told you about. He defeated the Ji family's divine physique, wavering light sacred lady, and Tai Xianhua Yunfei by himself. Yi Fan also revealed Zhou Tong's identity generously. After that, he introduced Zhou Tong as well. He looked at a dark-skinned young man at the side and said, Come, Zhou Tong, let me introduce you. This is the grandson of the 8th great bandit of the northern region, Li Heng, Li Heishui. Yi Fan looked at another young man with bright eyes and said, This is the grandson of Tu Tian, the 7th most powerful man in the northern region, Tu Fei. Li Heishui, Tu Fei, your fathers are really interesting. Zhou Tong chuckled. Their faces darkened and they smiled awkwardly. Li Heishui's appearance was simple and honest. He immediately smiled and said, Since Brother Zhou has come to the Saint City, we must do our best to be your host. The Saint City has 10 romantic places. Wonderful Desire Nunnery, Shueihua Cottage, and Guanghan Tower are the 3 best choices. You decide. Zhou Tong was taken aback. Then, he shook his head and said with a smile, I appreciate Brother Li's good intentions. However, I'm only here for proper business. As for other matters, let's forget about them. Could it be that Brother Zhou is also doing this for Yanruyu? Tu Fei immediately made the connection. Also, Zhou Tong glanced at Yi Fan, then smiled and said, Having Yi Fan is enough. I won't make up the numbers. It's just that I haven't seen that old friend of mine for a long time, so I'm a little anxious. Let's be on our way first. Just now, Yi Fan had already transmitted a message to Zhou Tong. They were going to find the demon race to look for an old friend. Zhou Tong followed this topic. Tu Fei said, The Green Dragon King is very far from here. I estimate that it will take more than 10 days, even if we fly at full speed. We can't rush. It doesn't matter. I have already refined a Xian Jade platform to cross the void. Zhou Tong casually took out a Xian Jade platform and said, More than 10 days. It can be reached in an instant. Damn, Brother Zhou. So you have this ability. No wonder the Yaoguang sacred land and Ji family couldn't find any trace of you after so many years. Brother Zhou, you've really mastered the samadhi. Tu Fei looked at Zhou Tong with stars in his eyes. Brother Zhou, can you refine a few of these things for me? You provided the materials, so it doesn't matter if I refine a few for you. Zhou Tong nodded. Anyway, this thing is easy to refine. It doesn't take much time. Okay, it's a deal. Tu Fei slapped his thigh, very excited. Refine a few for me, too. Li Heishui quickly said, afraid that he would miss out on such a good thing. No problem. Zhou Tong agreed very quickly. This was also a way for him to train himself in setting up a race. But really, why are the 2 of you going to the Green Dragon King's place? Tu Fei didn't believe that the 2 of them were going to look for an old friend. It's really a friend there, Zhou Tong said. Forget it. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. But let me say it first. Little Yi, you have a cauldron made of myriad chi. And Brother Zhou, your reputation has spread among the demon race. If you go to the Green Dragon King's place, it will most likely cause some waves. Yi Fan's expression changed. Zhou Tong asked through voice transmission, "What's going on? Is your myriad chi cauldron already known to everyone?" Yi Fan also said through voice transmission, "I don't have your disguise technique. My identity was exposed on the way, so I had no choice but to reveal the myriad chi cauldron." Zhou Tong immediately understood. He looked at Tu Fei and was a little puzzled. Will the older generation make a move? Tu Fei shook his head and said, "The Peacock King and the Green Dragon King definitely won't do such a thing. But there are all kinds of demons in the demon race. There are definitely demons who covet the myriad chi cauldron, and there are definitely demons who want to get rid of the human race's prodigies. In short, the two of you can't be wrong to be careful." "Then there's no problem," Zhou Tong said indifferently. "Let's go." "Then let's go." Tu Fei stood up. "I still have things to do here, so I won't go with you." Li Heishui said. Cloud Swamp Prefecture, as its name suggested, was full of great swamps and misty water. It was as if they had arrived at a water town. After leaving the holy city, Zhou Tong and the others immediately used the mysterious jade platform to arrive here. This was a very vast oasis with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. It was ranked relatively high among the many oases in the northern region. There was boundless vitality here. Apart from trees, there was water. There was a spring every 100 steps and a river every 10 miles. There's such a place in the northern region. It's really rare. Yi Fan exclaimed when he saw this oasis. He thought that the northern region was a barren land. Even an oasis shouldn't have so much water. After walking for a few days in Cloud Swamp Prefecture, the group soon arrived at the place where the Green Dragon King lived in seclusion. Tu Fei took out a jade pendant. There was a 2 character carved on it. It was carved by the 7th Great Bandit, Tu Tian. His imprint was sealed inside. He took out the jade, and, with a flash of light, the scenery in front of them changed drastically. They entered an unfamiliar space. This was a small world. The mountains were majestic, the plants were lush, and the trees were lush. There were 81 large rivers flowing through this place, and there were also dozens of lakes. A small world created by an ancient sage. Zhou Tong looked at this small world and was very surprised. Although he already knew that the Green Dragon King lived in a small world, and although he also knew that the ancient sages could create small worlds, he only felt that this method was truly amazing after entering it. This method of creating a mustard seed was indeed very powerful. The area of this small world was probably comparable to a small country on Earth. I wonder if I can create a real world in my diamond carving. Speaking of which, if I cultivate to the Saint Realm, will I be able to create a real world in my 10 heavenly rings? Zhou Tong was very curious. There was indeed a space in his 10 heavenly rings, but this space was actually something that existed between reality and illusion. It could contain some weapons, resources, and some plants, but it couldn't contain animals. Although the Grotto Heaven realm in the Chaotic Antiquity technique allowed one to create a Grotto Heaven, this Grotto Heaven wasn't the real Grotto Heaven blessed land. Even if he broke through to the extreme and evolved again, he definitely wouldn't be able to create a real Grotto Heaven. If I want to create a real vast world, I'm afraid I'll have to take a look at the Lingbao Tianzuan's Sea of Reincarnation. Zhou Tong's mind couldn't help but drift to the Heavenly Venerate's Sea of Reincarnation on the ancient star path. Speaking of which, if I really want to create a world, perhaps the diamond carving is more suitable. Zhou Tong turned his attention to the interior of his diamond carving. He was looking forward to it. Perhaps this artifact could be improved further in the future. At this time, Tu Fei had also verified his identity with some of the demons in the small world. He had officially entered this small world. Chapter 120. As Tu Fei walked through the small world, many old monster race seniors greeted him. Tu Fei responded to them one by one. "Brother Tu, you're here. I missed you so much. At this time, a young monster clan man with green hair and dragon horns on his head flew over with several figures and landed on the ground. Haha, Brother Greenrobe, you're even more elegant than before, Two-Face said with a smile. This person was the descendant of the Green Dragon King. His name was Greenrobe, and he was respectfully known as the Green Dragon King. These two are. The Green Dragon King looked at Yi Fan and Zhou Tong and asked, "This is Yi Fan, and this is Zhou Tong," Two-Fei introduced. The Green Dragon King was surprised. Then he laughed and said, "Haha, so it's the two of you. I've heard so much about you." The other Demon Clan members also looked over with strange looks in their eyes. "This is not the place to talk. Please come in." Little WYRM King clapped his hands, and a huge red-crowned crane flew over. It carried the group of people to a palace. However, in front of the palace, the Green Dragon King said, "I have a distinguished guest here. If I didn't see Brother Zhou today, I'm afraid he would definitely challenge you." As he said that, everyone looked at Zhou Tong. They didn't expect Zhou Tong to have advanced to the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm. It should be known that the younger generation was still in the 4-level Mystery Realm. Now, he had advanced to the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm. For those geniuses, they would usually stay in the Great Perfection Mystery Realm for a long time. This was because they needed to train their combat power as much as possible in this Mystery Realm to increase their potential. Two-Fei was shocked and said, "Is it the descendant of the Rock King, the Little Rock King?" "Yes, it's the Little Rock King. He came to the North region to participate in the Jade Lake pageant. At the same time, he wants to meet the Yaoguang Saint." The Green Dragon King said, "I've heard of the Little Rock King. I didn't expect him to come to the North region," Two-Face said. As they walked, they advanced forward. Soon, they entered the majestic palace. As soon as he entered, he saw a few young demons. The most eye-catching one was the Little Rock King. His eyes were sharp, and his golden hair draped over his shoulders. He looked incomparably heroic. "This is the golden-winged Little Rock King," the cyan-clothed Little WYRM King introduced. The Golden Man stood up and nodded at them. Subsequently, the azure-clothed young WYRM King introduced Two-Fei. When Yi Fan was introduced, the Little Rock King's eyes immediately emitted 2 dazzling rays of light. He was somewhat impatient. "Are you the Yi Fan from the Myriad Chi Cauldron?" Yi Fan nodded. Suddenly, Chi. The golden claw was glaring as it grabbed at Yi Fan. It was extremely terrifying. This was the Rock's claw. It was the Little Rock King's giant claws that covered the entire hall. They seemed to be able to tear apart the void as they enveloped Yi Fan. Puff! However, as soon as the claw appeared, an arm emitted a faint glow as it collided with the Rock's claw. Immediately, the Rock's blood splattered all over the sky. The Little Rock King's face turned pale as he took a few steps back. His right arm was covered in blood. "Who is it? How dare you block me?" The Little Rock King's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Zhou Tong. "It's me, Zhou Tong," Zhou Tong said calmly. "What? It's you. Haha, you came just in time. I was just about to look for you. You broke through the Dragon Realm?" The golden-winged Little Rock King looked at Zhou Tong, and the murderous intent in his eyes surged again. Just as he was about to challenge Zhou Tong, he was shocked when he saw the aura of the Dragon Transformation secret territory on Zhou Tong. The Little Rock King paused. So what if I broke through the Dragon Realm? When I break through the Dragon Realm, I'll definitely challenge you. Don't mind my level. I only use the power of the level 3 of the 4 extreme secret zones." Zhou Tong glanced at the Little Rock King. "Against a weakling like you, I don't care about using my power." "Enough!" The Little Rock King roared like a wild beast. His hair stood on end, and his eyes were filled with a wild glow. "Are you trying to say that even if your level is lower than mine, you can still defeat me easily? Get your all. Today, I'll let you know that before me, the Little Rock King, you're nothing." However, at this moment, everyone present suddenly realized that Zhou Tong's aura seemed to have weakened again. "I don't need to give it my all. I'll suppress my level by 2 more levels and use the level 1 of the 4 extreme to defeat you easily." Zhou Tong said calmly. With just that attack, Zhou Tong had already tested that the Little Rock King's battle power was only around the level 4 limit. Against such a little Rock King, even if he suppressed his level to the level 1 of the 4 extreme, he could still suppress him by 1 level in battle power. In fact, this was the Little Rock King's true battle power. The Little Rock King bragged, but in reality, he was just SOSO. In the original book, he was defeated by Yi Fan, who had not cultivated to the level 8 limit, who was 3 levels above him. In other words, the Little Rock King was only at the level 4 limit at most. Such a person still had the nerve to say that he wanted to walk the path of the great emperor. He did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Any soldier guarding the city on the human race's ancient road could defeat him. "I'm going to kill you." The Little Rock King was furious, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Buzz! The Little Rock King attacked. The heavenly rock speed was unparalleled. He turned into a beam of light and charged over. His golden fist caused the space to collapse, and a violent tremor sounded. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the void. Zhou Tong's body was surrounded by lightning. He also punched out. It was as if the thunder god had descended. Immediately, endless purple lightning pounced over. Boom! The thunder was deafening, causing the palace to tremble. The entire world was filled with lightning that surged in all directions like a tidal wave. All the demon experts were shocked. Some of the demon experts who had noticed this immediately flew over and hurriedly blocked the lightning that filled the sky, protecting the young demons who were participating in the gathering. All the elders of the demon race looked at Zhou Tong and the Little Rock King with complicated expressions. This kind of battle could actually be fought with the battle power of the level 4 extreme mystic realm? Enough! At this moment, the cyan-robed little dragon king roared. He turned into a beam of green light and flew in front of Zhou Tong and the Little Rock King. The cyan-robed little dragon king looked at Zhou Tong and the Little Rock King and shouted, "The two of you, this is my palace. Give me some face. If you want to fight, fight outside." If the battle continued, this palace would definitely be destroyed. In fact, if it wasn't for the protection of the demon experts, his palace would definitely be destroyed. "I don't care," Zhou Tong said. The Little Rock King was simply a target that came knocking on his door to establish his dominance. The demon race was crueler than the human race. They had always respected the strong. This time, it was a good opportunity to display his battle power and save him some trouble. "I'll give Brother Cyan-robed face. Human brat, let's go outside." The Little Rock King looked at Zhou Tong provocatively and then flew out of the palace. Zhou Tong was still very calm. He also walked out. Outside the palace, the mountains and rivers were beautiful. There were beautiful scenery everywhere. Strange rocks, pine trees, mist, and waterfalls were all magnificent. The moment the Little Rock King left the palace, he immediately displayed the speed of a heavenly rock and flew directly to the top of a mountain. Zhou Tong's figure also disappeared. He displayed a terrifying speed that was not inferior to the heavenly Rock King's speed. When the Little Rock King's foot landed, he was already in front of the Little Rock King. At this moment, the other experts in the palace also ran out. They all wanted to see the shocking battle between the number 1 demon of the younger generation and the number 1 human of the younger generation. Chapter 121. On the verdant mountain peak, ancient pine trees stood tall and sturdy, strange rocks stood tall, and a waterfall fell 3,000 feet. "I'll kill you first, human genius, and forge my path to the great emperor." The Little Rock King was tall, and his golden hair was like a waterfall. His eyes shone brightly, and he had a demonic aura. Standing on the mountain peak, he gave off a daunting pressure. "I'll give you a handicap of 1 hand." Zhou Tong's reply was decisive and direct. As he spoke, he put his left hand behind his back. "I want you dead." The Little Rock King was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He couldn't stand such humiliation. He roared at the sky, and the mountain peak trembled. It was imprisoned by an invisible demonic power, as if it was about to collapse. In an instant, everyone was shocked by this loud roar and broke out in a cold sweat. A feeling of horror passed through them in an instant. The Little Rock King's roar was so terrifying. Little Yezi, is Zhotong all right? He sealed his cultivation level to the first firmament of the four extremities. That is already 3 levels lower than the Little Rock King. And now he sealed one of his arms? Tu Fei, who was beside the Little Rock King, could not help but feel nervous when he saw the Little Rock King's aura. Don't worry, Zhotong has many tricks up his sleeve, Yi Fan said. Just as everyone was watching nervously, the Little Rock King finally moved. 108,000 swords. The Little Rock King's voice pierced through gold and cracked stone. It shook the sky, causing many people's eardrums to hurt. He used an ultimate technique as soon as he came up. His whole body shone with a dazzling golden light, and thousands of terrifying golden sword rays shot out. 108,000 swords. Murderous intent filled the sky. Each sword was refined from the feathers of a divine rock. Countless holy swords slashed out at the same time, cutting through the void and destroying everything in their path. This was no longer sword rays, but an endless sea of holy swords. The golden sword storm drowned everything in the world and swept toward Zhotong. This was the supreme divine technique that the Tianpeng race was born with. It could wipe out even thousands of troops and kill them indiscriminately. Boom! Every sword gleam was like a torrential flood. It was extremely terrifying, causing the spectators to feel a chill from head to toe. The golden-winged Little Rock King was actually so powerful that he had suppressed his realm. How could Zhotong, who is 3 realms lower than the Little Rock King, fight against him? How many people in the younger generation could withstand this kind of world-shaking divine might? Even if it was a saint-level character, he would most likely suffer. Facing the Little Rock King's 108,000 swords, Zhotong remained extremely calm. Your sword looks like gold on the outside, but it's rotten on the inside. Let me teach you how to use a sword. I have a sword that can cut through the sun, moon, and stars. Everyone, please take a look. Zhotong's finger was like a sword. His arm shook violently as he pointed with his sword finger. Suddenly, a monstrous sword chi rushed out. Grass symbol sword technique. First form, sword wave. The 9-leaf sword grass had 9 leaves in symbiosis. If this sword technique was broken down, there were a total of 9 forms. When cultivated to the extreme, it was actually 9 forms as one. Zhotong waved his arm and swept it forward. Suddenly, purple chi came from the east, and boundless sword chi swept out like a wave. The sword chi was like an ocean, and the world was covered in a vast expanse of purple. The moon fell, the stars sank, and the red sun sank. The scene was unimaginable. During this process, the sword chi spread out like a mist, accompanied by lightning and thunder. This magnificent scene was like the beginning of the world, and it was awe-inspiring and palpitating. What kind of divine ability is this? Everyone was shocked by the scene of this sword. Cutting through the sun, moon, and stars with one sword was simply unbelievable. Not good, retreat. Soon, someone reacted and immediately retreated. Just the aftermath of such a terrifying collision was not something they could withstand. Boom! Just as everyone retreated, the sword chi that was like a purple sea instantly broke through the 108,000 swords and blocked the Little Rock King's peerless divine ability. Not only that, the sword chi seemed to have turned into a surging purple waterfall. It surged up against the current, and the world was covered in a vast expanse of purple, drowning the front. It was going to completely kill the Little Rock King. The Little Rock King's roar came from the sea of swords. Then, with a clang, a black light suddenly appeared in the vast expanse of purple swords. Then, the black light heavily broke through the sea of swords. A large black halberd appeared. It was as heavy as a mountain, and the void was about to collapse. It was as black as ink, and like a black hole, it swallowed people's minds. The great halberd of desolation. Many people's expressions changed. Some of the small demons turned pale and almost knelt on the ground. It really is the great halberd of desolation, the demonic weapon that the old Rock King used to kill his entire life. That's right, it really is the great halberd of desolation. It killed countless people, and blood flowed like rivers. Corpses piled up like mountains. Who knows how many lives were taken by it? Look at the little Rock King. Suddenly, someone exclaimed with a trembling voice. What? He's seriously injured. He actually injured the little Rock King to this extent with just one attack. Everyone from the Demon Clan was shocked. The little Rock King was no longer as carefree as before. Instead, he was covered in crimson red. That was his blood. Chapter 122. Zhou Tong had killed the golden-winged little Rock King in a battle of life and death, the peak battle of the younger generation. He had one hand behind his back and was still as calm as ever. There wasn't even a trace of blood on his body. On the opposite side, the golden-winged little Rock King's body had been cut in half. It was extremely tragic. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. The arrogant and unruly golden-winged little Rock King had ended up like this. It was extremely frightening. The cyan-robed little Dragon King's eyes were filled with shock. He almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was known as the number one of the younger generation of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan, but he had been suppressed by 3 realms and killed in 3 moves. This wasn't a fierce battle, but a complete suppression. Zhou Tong of the human race had suppressed his realm to the first level of the 4 extreme secret realms, but he was still able to surpass 3 realms and suppress the golden-winged little Rock King. It was extremely terrifying. Could it be that his combat strength has reached the level of a half-step almighty? The cyan-robed little Dragon King was shocked. He knew that Zhou Tong had reached the 6th transformation of the Dragon Transformation Realm. Based on his combat strength, wouldn't he have reached the combat strength of a half-step almighty? Now, there was a cultivator among the younger generation who had caught up with the older generation so quickly. Even the previous generation of youths didn't have such a terrifying existence. Yifan was also shocked. Zhou Tong had once again refreshed his impression of him in this battle. Where on earth did he get so many secret techniques? Yifan was also a little jealous. They had come from Earth together, but his secret skills were endless and could deal with all aspects. Tu Fei was also shocked. He knew how powerful the golden-winged little Rock King was, but now he saw the golden-winged little Rock King being suppressed by someone of a higher realm. That's right, it was a suppression. It couldn't even be considered a battle. It was a suppression. The golden-winged little Rock King was defeated. Zhou Tong deserves to be called the genius of the human clan. Even the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji family couldn't do anything to him after chasing him for so long. He's really daunting. Many of the Demon Clan members present were shocked. Everyone looked at Zhou Tong with some reverence. One had to know that there were rumors that the little Rock King had hopes of walking the path of the Shifter Emperor. However, such a young king of the Fey race had been crushed by a human prodigy. This was equivalent to defeating the little golden-winged Rock King in the Great Emperor qualification battle. Just kill me. Ah, the little Peng King cried out loudly. He was completely disheartened. The powerful body he was so proud of had been cleaved apart by Zhou Tong's sword. This was a fatal blow. In fact, Zhou Tong had been merciful with this strike. He did not really want to kill. Because he was still in the demon race's territory, he did not want to fall out with the demon race for the time being. Although he had a great sage artifact to protect himself, that was only his trump card. He did not want to rely on a great sage artifact. On the path of Dao validation, the only thing he could rely on was his own strength. Other external forces could only be considered as trump cards. He would try not to use them if he could. If you want to die, go ahead and kill yourself. I have no obligation to give you the final blow, nor do I have any obligation to fulfill your laughable and pitiful self-esteem, Zhou Tong said indifferently. Then, he walked back to Yifan and Tu Fei's side. At this time, the other Demon Clan members ran up one by one. Some took out healing pills, while others helped the little Pung King recover. However, the little Pung King seemed to have completely sunk. He did not have a trace of high spirits. It was as if he already wanted to die. He just numbly and passively accepted the demon clan members' treatment. "Brother Zhou, you're amazing." Tu Fei gave him a thumbs up. "I've been unhappy with this Birdman for a long time. Brother Zhou, you've really helped me vent my anger today. This little Pung King's battle power is not very high. He's only at the 4th limit, but he's so arrogant." Zhou Tong's body trembled. Suddenly, the previously sealed realm was restored. He returned to the 6th transformation of the Dragon Realm. Only at the 4th limit? The little Pung King has the battle power of the 4th limit? Tu Fei was a little shocked. "Brother Zhou, could it be that you've already reached the 8th limit?" Zhou Tong nodded slightly. "We're the 4th limit and the 8th limit." Yi Fan was a little confused. Tu Fei said, "There's a huge difference in strength between different realms. It's like climbing the heavenly stairs. One step up is immortal, and one step back is mortal. It will definitely suppress those of lower realms. However, those of lower realms fighting against those of higher realms are called going against the heavens. Going against the heavens is a taboo for cultivators, so it's called a limit. The 4th limit is to have the battle power to fight across 4 minor realms. The 8th limit is to have the battle power to fight across 8 minor realms. 9 is the limit. No one can fight across 9 minor realms. 8 is the limit. Since ancient times, only a few heaven-defying people can fight across 8 minor realms." The more Tu Fei spoke, the more shocked he was. He looked at Zhou Tong with more and more astonishment. It was as if he was looking at a young emperor, and his heart was filled with fear. After hearing Tu Fei's description, Yi Fan looked at Zhou Tong with a different gaze. The 8th limit was too frightening. Fighting across 8 minor realms. With Zhou Tong's 6th transformation of the Dragon Realm, wouldn't he be able to fight against cultivators at the 5th heaven of the Immortal Foundation level? The battle power of a half-step almighty? Soon, the little Pung King was sent away by the demon race cultivators. He was sent back to the old Pung King. However, at this moment, Yen Ryu of the demon race appeared in Qing Yi's residence. "Princess of the demon race, we meet again." Zhou Tong looked at Yen Ryu. Brother Zhou is indeed a peerless sky pride of the human race. A strange look appeared in Yen Ryu's beautiful eyes. This was the 2nd time she had seen Zhou Tong fight. However, in these 2 battles, the things he had displayed were completely different. In the previous battle with Ji Haoyue, Zhou Tong had displayed an extremely powerful physical body. However, this time, in the battle with the little Pung King, he had displayed an extremely powerful secret skill and sword technique. Against Ji Haoyue, who had a powerful divine body, he had displayed his physical body. Against the little Pung King, who had a powerful physical body, he had displayed his secret skill and sword technique. This was enough to show that he had almost no weaknesses. Regardless of whether it was his physical body or his techniques, he was extremely powerful. He was the greatest enemy of all the sky prides who wanted to enter the Emperor Road. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that his battle power was much stronger than she had imagined. In the previous battle with Ji Haoyue, he had not displayed such terrifying battle power. He had definitely gone easy on him. No, he had gone easy on him. "Princess Yin, I'm sure you can guess why Zhou Tong and I are here." Yi Fan's expression was extremely serious as he said, "We only have one request. We want to see Pang Bo. After being separated for so many years, we still haven't been able to see him. I'm afraid that won't do. He will only come out of seclusion in 3 months. He can't be disturbed now." Yen Ryu shook her head. Yi Fan was shocked. He subconsciously looked at Zhou Tong, who was beside him. Zhou Tong signaled him to be quiet. "You mean the one in the Immortal Palace?" At this moment, the little Dragon King in green robes revealed a strange expression. Yen Ryu nodded and did not say anything. "Immortal Palace? Is it the ancient palace that the Green Dragon King obtained?" Tu Fei was surprised. The people at the scene did not seem to want to talk about this topic. They only nodded and did not explain in detail. After Yen Ryu left, Zhou Tong immediately looked up at the cloud in the sky and said, "The immortal palace. I'm afraid that's the palace in the sky. The ancient palace that will never fall?" Yifan also looked at the cloud in surprise. "Hey, don't tell me the two of you are going to do something." Tu Fei was a little frightened. "That immortal palace is the Green Dragon King's treasure. Don't do anything rash." "Don't worry, we won't do anything rash. We just want to see an old friend." Zhou Tong chuckled. Chapter 123. As night fell, Zhou Tong and Yi Fan went up to the sky and looked at the palace above the clouds from afar. It was a very mysterious and ancient palace. Although it looked a little dilapidated, they could feel a strange power. Moreover, there were many meteorites around it. Those were all restrictions. Zhou Tong opened his martial Dao heavenly eye and immediately saw the Dao patterns of restrictions in front of him. After a long time, Yifan saw Zhou Tong close his eyes and immediately asked, "How is it? What did you see?" "It's nothing. Although those restrictions are very strong, I've already made preparations to break them. All the materials have been refined successfully," Zhou Tong said indifferently. "I've already made all the preparations in the sacred city." "Then what are you waiting for?" Yifan was overjoyed. He knew there was a chance to save Pang Bo. "Your method of concealing your aura is too weak. It will definitely alarm some demons. I'll teach you a method." Zhou Tong transmitted his divine sense and casually taught Yi Fan a secret method of concealing one's aura from the ancient chaos scripture. Ancient chaos great emperor was a little miserable when he was hunted down. Moreover, he was still alive and kicking after being hunted for so long. He was very good at escaping and hiding. Yi Fan was a little surprised. "You even have this kind of secret method?" But soon, he was immersed in this secret method and quickly comprehended it. His aura became weaker and weaker. Although you're just a beginner, it's not bad to be able to suppress it to this extent. Let's go. Zhou Tong saw that Yi Fan had suppressed his aura to the level of a mortal and immediately led the way. Soon, the two of them approached the immortal palace and saw the countless meteorites around it. "Yi Fan, take out your myriad chi cauldron. Your cauldron will be the key to breaking the formation." Zhou Tong glanced at Yi Fan and said, "The Xianhuang mother chi itself is enough to suppress everything. This time, your cauldron will be the key to breaking the formation." "I know." Yi Fan's expression was very serious. He immediately took out the Xianhuang mother chi cauldron. Zhou Tong's palm continuously waved. Piece after piece of materials flew out from his palm and quickly embedded themselves in the meteorites around the immortal palace. Yifan was also very curious about Zhou Tong's movements. He kept asking, but Zhou Tong was in no mood to pay attention to him. To be honest, Zhou Tong's current attainments in formation patterns were inferior to the large black dogs. It was only because he had the group's secret character, which could be said to be the general outline of the world's formation patterns, that he could match the large black dog and break open the great formation here. Therefore, when he was breaking the formation, he had to be completely focused and could not be distracted at all. After a long time, Zhou Tong finally heaved a sigh in relief and said, "Prop up your cauldron and cover the two of us. We can go in now." "Zhou Tong, it seems to be more difficult for you to crack the array this time compared to the Jiang family." Yi Fan was somewhat puzzled. Last time, it was obviously so easy to break the Jiang family's formation pattern. But this time, he actually needed to prepare materials in advance. "Formation is different," Zhou Tong said indifferently. The Jiang family's formation pattern was temporarily set up on the ground. Moreover, the person who drew the formation pattern was not very powerful. But the Immortal Palace's formation pattern was definitely made by a great figure who was proficient in this path. Most importantly, these things weren't placed randomly on the ground. Instead, they were placed in such a huge formation that borrowed the power of the sun, moon, and stars. Therefore, it's a little difficult to break them. But it doesn't matter. As long as I study most formations in the world for a period of time and have enough materials, I can break them. The two of them continued to talk as they advanced. Soon, they passed through the meteorite forest and arrived at the Immortal Palace. Zhou Tong immediately set up the formation behind him and sealed this place to prevent the following movements from alerting the demon race here. To defeat that old demon, we must engage in a divine sense battle, right? Yifan was also somewhat worried. Are the two of us a match for that old demon? Don't worry. That old demon is dead for sure. Zhou Tong was very confident. However, this Immortal Palace may be a little dangerous. When the time comes, follow me closely and don't wander around. The two of them quickly entered the Immortal Palace. There was a dangerous place in the Immortal Palace, the Underworld Tomb. However, the Underworld Tomb had been sealed by the ancient sages, so as long as they did not move around, there would not be any danger. Zhou Tong and Yifan crossed 6 palaces in succession and finally arrived at a small world in the Immortal Palace. This was a small world full of light and vitality. The two of them quickly found Pang Bo in this small world. Pang Bo. Yifan was very excited and immediately ran over. He saw Pang Bo's tall figure sitting quietly on an altar in the forest. There were many fallen leaves on his body. It seemed that he had not moved for a long time. This Pang Bo, I haven't seen him for a while, but he is even stronger than me. Zhou Tong was somewhat surprised. It seemed that during this period of time, this old demon had transformed him into something that was neither human nor demon. Whoosh! Pang Bo, who was sitting cross-legged on the altar, seemed to have sensed something. He immediately opened his eyes. They were like 2 bolts of lightning, extremely sharp. Oh no! Seeing this gaze, Yifan's heart immediately sank. This person was definitely not Pang Bo attack. Zhou Tong's figure flashed and appeared beside Pang Bo. He pointed his finger like a sword and directly pointed it at Pang Bo's forehead. There seemed to be endless sword intent erupting from Zhou Tong's eyes. At the same time, strands of 9-colored light shot out from his forehead. These lights followed the sword intent in his eyes and quickly condensed into Zhou Tong's finger. Clang! There was a tremor. There seemed to be a divine weapon from Pang Bo's forehead that heavily struck Zhou Tong's sword finger. There was an extremely terrifying sound of metal clashing. Good fellow, you actually found such a helper. The dragon realm actually has a terrifying divine consciousness that is not inferior to a half-almighty. Pang Bo's eyes were filled with divine light, but it was useless. But it's useless. Demon Emperor Jiao, it's useless. Ancient chaos, sacred spell. Zhou Tong roared and interrupted the old demon spell. At the same time, a secret technique that had been brewing for a long time finally appeared. At this moment, the past, present, and future around Zhou Tong and Pang Bo seemed to be in chaos. This was an extremely terrifying saint spell that disturbed time and space. It cut the space around Pang Bo into countless pieces. Time and space in each piece were separated, causing the place to be extremely chaotic. Secret word forward. Strip the primordial spirit, seal the void forever, and bind the ancient chaos. At the same time, the secret word forward was displayed again. It was used together with the ancient chaos sacred spell. Immediately, the old demon's primordial spirit was stripped away. He wanted to resist, but it was useless because his primordial spirit was in another space. Even if he had the 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor, he could not find a target to slash. The Tao of the ancient chaos Great Emperor. You are the successor of the ancient chaos Great Emperor. There is also the secret word forward that specifically targets the primordial spirit. The old demon's primordial spirit in another space exclaimed. The Great Emperor's secret technique consumes a lot of divine power. I don't believe that you can keep using such a secret technique. The old demon's primordial spirit in another space continued to mock. Zhou Tong did not answer. He only stopped the secret word forward. Then, a black light flashed between his eyebrows. It was as if a vertical eye had appeared between his eyebrows. 9 Nether Sea Treasured Technique, Death's Eye. Suddenly, a blinding light shot out. The vertical eye between Zhou Tong's eyebrows shone brightly. A light flew out and hit the old demon's primordial spirit, piercing through him. It was extremely powerful and carried a monstrous aura of death. Chapter 124. This old monster was indeed an almighty in the past. Even after being struck by Zhou Tong's eyes of death, he still did not die. However, his consciousness had been scattered and was still constantly reforming. Zhou Tong casually waved his hand, and the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring appeared. He directly swept the newly reformed consciousness into the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring and handed it over to diamond carving to suppress. It settled. Yifan saw that the surroundings had recovered and immediately asked, "It's settled. This old monster is very extraordinary. If I hadn't prepared beforehand, I'm afraid he really might have escaped." Zhou Tong replied, "Pang Bo should be recovering soon too." As they spoke, the two looked at Pang Bo, little overlord, little Yezi. At this moment, Pang Bo also opened his eyes. After seeing the two, he immediately revealed a hint of surprise. These few years have been dark and gloomy. Most of the time, I was passively cultivating. The only joy I had was to curse that old monster. Pang Bo was an optimistic person. He was rarely sad and quickly adjusted. Pang Bo recounted everything that had happened in the past few years. In these few years, the old monster was initially unable to do anything to Pang Bo. After all, his lifespan was nearing its end. However, after receiving the help of the Peacock King and the Green Flood Dragon King, the old monster's lifespan was nourished by the Immortal Palace. He gradually became stronger and began to suppress Pang Bo's consciousness. F***CK your grandpa. I don't even know if I'm a human or a monster with my current appearance. Pang Bo was a little speechless. However, I already know everything about the old monster. From now on, I'll stay in the demon race. They won't discover any flaws. Are you sure? Zhou Tong asked. I'm sure. Furthermore, in a few months, I'll be able to openly move around. Pang Bo was very confident. At that time, I'll go out and get rid of a few saints and saintesses. All right, this is for you. Zhou Tong unfolded his divine ring, and a green lotus immediately appeared. This was the old monster's weapon. He was the descendant of the Azure Emperor and was also a lotus flower. This green lotus was refined from his original body and was very extraordinary. Thanks. Pang Bo took the lotus flower very naturally. However, you've already captured the old monster. Don't you need us to refine him? Pang Bo wanted to refine the old monster that had taken over his body to death as soon as possible. Don't worry. This old monster won't be able to survive in my hands. I want to extract the green lotus scripture from his sea of consciousness. Zhou Tong replied. Then I'm relieved. Pang Bo nodded. They chatted for a bit more before Zhou Tong and Yifan left the unaging hall and returned to their residences. Early in the morning glow shone in through the window. After breakfast, Yifan went straight to Tu Fei and expressed his desire to leave. However, Tu Fei was already mesmerized by some of the fairies and had no intention of leaving for the time being. Since he couldn't leave in a short time, Zhou Tong didn't bother to think too much about it. He strolled around the demon city in this small world, bought some materials for setting up the array, and then directly returned to his residence. Inside the 10 heavenly caves divine ring, the diamond carving floated quietly in the void. In the center of the diamond carving, the soul of an old monster was fixed there, unable to self-destruct even if he wanted to. Clang! The diamond carving turned slightly, and what sounded like the cry of a phoenix was heard. Immediately after, a flame appeared and burned the old monster's primordial spirit, beginning to extract the green lotus scripture from within. Ah! The old monster roared angrily. He wanted to use the divine technique of the green lotus scripture, but he was powerless and couldn't change anything. His primordial spirit was trapped by the diamond carving, and he couldn't move. He couldn't even commit suicide. In particular, the primordial spirit was being burned by the flames of the diamond carving, forcibly refining the treasure trove of his consciousness. Gradually, The profound meaning of the green lotus scripture began to appear in Zhou Tong's mind. I see. This is the Tao of the Qing Emperor. However, this is the scripture of the demon clan. These scriptures can only be used for reference and can't be cultivated. However, the secret techniques of the demon emperor are incredible. I can try to derive them. As the profound meaning of the scripture of the demon emperor appeared, Zhou Tong gradually understood the Tao of the demon emperor. There were many secret techniques in the green lotus scripture. Other than the most common 9 slashes of the demon emperor, there were also secret techniques such as possession and body refinement, which were extremely strange. Just as Zhou Tong saw the forbidden chapter of the green lotus scripture, his body suddenly trembled. This was because he saw an extremely frightening Tao. It was demon language. Every demon language had the appearance of an immortal bird or divine beast. True dragon, phoenix, white tiger, Kirin, Koan, Peng. There were all kinds of beasts. The Qing emperor seemed to have summarized all the demon clans since ancient times, condensing the Tao of each race into a word, a rune. These words are really similar to the true Tao of those races. The more Zhou Tong looked, the more surprised he was. Especially the Kirin, Phoenix, Swanee, and many other beasts. Those runes really contained the profoundness of their race's precious techniques. I feel a little. The Qing Emperor's forbidden chapter looks a little like the 10,000 spirit diagram of the true primordial record. The more Zhou Tong looked, the more he felt that the forbidden chapter of the green lotus scripture was terrifying. It was as if the true primordial record was reproduced. Every demon language did not have a specific divine ability or precious technique, but they contained a kind of true power that corresponded to the race's own power. The Qing Emperor is indeed the Qing Emperor, a peerless expert who was born from the chaotic green lotus deity, King's Nirvana. His forbidden chapter is simply a treasure art from the chaotic antiquity law, using the form of the heaven-shrouding law to recreate it. Zhou Tong quietly comprehended the forbidden chapter of the Green Lotus Sutra, feeling the Tao rhythm within. Zhou Tong had seen the Tao and techniques of countless great emperors through the immortal elixir, but there had never been a great emperor whose Tao and Dharma idol were as special as the Qing emperors. It was not that it was special, but it was a matter of style. The Qing emperor's Tao looked a little different from the other great emperors' Taos, although the foundation was still the authentic heaven-shrouding technique. Some of the secret techniques that the Qing emperor created had strong traces and characteristics of the chaotic ancient technique and even the immortal ancient technique. In particular, the great Tao and power contained in the demon language were even more deeply ingrained in his heart, from shallow to deep, and from deep to shallow. For a moment, Zhou Tong felt as if he had touched an unfathomable world. As he comprehended, Zhou Tong also moved. His hands moved in the void, and one demon language after another jumped out from between his fingers, turning into small Kirins, small phoenixes, small Swanee, small true dragons. These words were very strange, but each word contained a kind of peerless and domineering power. This was the power that belonged to this race, and the ancient demon race was also included in it. The palace of the little Jiao Dragon King was dazzling and magnificent. Outside the palace, on the mountain peak, in front of the waterfall, pavilions, palaces, and pavilions could be seen everywhere. Ancient vines, old trees, and exotic flowers were everywhere. Zhou Tong quietly sat cross-legged in the middle of the palace. He was quiet and peaceful as his entire body emitted light. Mysterious runes appeared on his body before quickly disappearing as if they had fused with his flesh and blood. The more he comprehended the green lotus scripture, the deeper Zhou Tong's understanding. His knowledge of the chaotic ancient technique and heaven-shrouding technique also gradually surpassed the past. He began to try to reconstruct these techniques using the heaven-shrouding technique. Previously on the Purple Mountain, after obtaining the battle secret character from Jiang Taishu, Zhou Tong had merely used the battle secret character to manifest the general momentum of the 10 ferocious beasts. He had not truly manifested that kind of technique or Tao. The Vicious Ten's Tao was an immortal king-level technique. So how could a mere human Tao, sovereign's battle secret, be manifested? Being able to manifest the battle secret was already the limit. As for the specific Tao and art, he didn't even have the slightest clue. But now that he had obtained the Green Lotus scripture, his comprehension deepened, and he had a vague idea of how to evolve it. Maybe this is the best chance for the battle secret to become a secret art of the immortal Tao. This thought emerged in Zhou Tong's mind. The Vicious Ten's techniques were the strongest techniques from before the chaotic ancient era. At their core were runes and bone runes that evolved into Tao runes. Meanwhile, the heaven shrouding technique was a cultivation system meticulously created by Huang's celestial emperor. At the core of its combat and magical arts were Tao runes that evolved into runes. One was runes, the other Tao runes. Although they were very similar, and there was no difference between the two once cultivated to great heights, there were still some differences in the initial stages. Not everyone was a creator like Huang's celestial emperor, who was unaffected by the difference between runes and Tao runes. Once he could use the Tao pattern to reconstruct the 10 ferocious treasured arts, it was foreseeable that the 10 ferocious treasured arts would be more suitable for the heaven concealing art. Zhou Tong would also be able to cultivate the 10 ferocious treasured arts to the pinnacle of perfection. And once he truly achieved this step, he might be able to upgrade the battle secret to an immortal Tao secret art. If the Green Emperor had the Vicious Ten's techniques and the battle secret, he should be able to complete this step of upgrading. As for me, I reckon that before becoming a quasi-emperor, I was just thinking about it or completing a small part of the accumulation. Zhou Tong was still very clear in his heart. This kind of thing was not something he could do now. Chapter 125. Zhou Tong stayed in his room and studied the Green Lotus Sutra for 7 days and 7 nights before coming out of seclusion. Of course, he did not come out of seclusion on his own accord. Yifan and Tu Fei were almost done with their stroll and were preparing to leave the Green Dragon King's small world together. Therefore, they came over to ask Zhou Tong to leave together. He had gained a lot from these 7 days and 7 nights of meditation, and countless ideas emerged in his mind. The Azure Thearch's Tao was a perfect example of the fusion of the chaotic ancient technique and the heaven shrouding technique. It gave Zhou Tong countless inspirations. Cloud Swamp Prefecture, as its name suggested, had a spring every 100 steps and a river every 10 miles. There were lakes everywhere, and misty water was everywhere. The three of them left the Green Dragon King's small world and came to the outside world. They once again experienced the water of this oasis. Brother Zhou, you're really obsessed with cultivation. There are so many demons here, but you didn't take a fancy to any of them. Tu Fei immediately said as soon as he came out, "You don't know how many demons have come to ask me about you these few days. Ask about me? They either want to get rid of me, or they want to invest." Zhou Tong said indifferently. He was very open-minded about these things. Since he had decided to walk on the Emperor's Road, he would definitely be noticed by some people. These people might be enemies, or they might be friends who wanted to invest. These were all very normal. You must have gained a lot these few days. Yifan's eyes lit up. Tu Fei did not know what Zhou Tong was doing, but how could Yifan not know? He must have been searching that old demon's soul these few days, and he must have obtained the complete Green Lotus Sutra. The Azure Thearch is indeed great. His Tao is profound and profound. I have gained a lot these few days. Zhou Tong did not hide it, and there was even a trace of a smile on his face. F***CK. Tu Fei was about to explode. Zhou Tong, you got the Azure Thearch's Sutra? Who gave it to you? Could it be Yen Ruyu? At this point, Tu Fei's eyes lit up. Like I said, brother Zhou must be a kindred spirit. We're those seductresses. If you want to hook up with someone, you should hook up with Princess Yen. Brother Zhou is truly a role model for our generation, a role model for us to learn from. Shut up. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Tu Fei. This guy really thought of everything in that direction. Don't worry, Brother Zhou. I understand. Tu Fei smiled slyly. He must have thought of something. What the F asterisk CK do you know? Zhou Tong really wanted to scold him, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. That was how he felt, so it was useless to say anything more. There's still some time before the Jade Lake's Stone Appreciation Convention. Why don't we go back to the Holy City for a stroll? Tu Fei suddenly suggested, "Let me tell you, the fairies in Yaoyu Nunnery, Shueiyue Villa, and Guanghan Tower are really no need. We still have something to do." Yi Fan refused. "You two still have something to do." Tu Fei's brain turned quickly, and he immediately understood. "Yi Fan, you asked me about the Jade Lake's old haunt some time ago. Don't tell me there's some treasure there? Don't look for it. When the Jade Lake moved back then, all the good stuff was moved away. There's definitely nothing there. Moreover, it said that the Jade Lake later sealed that place with an imperial weapon. Even if you find it, it's useless." Zhou Tong glanced at Tu Fei and said, "You're really quick-witted. We don't want to go to the Jade Lake's old haunt. There's really nothing there, except for a strange thing. But I know that the Western Emperor scripture is there. The Western Emperor's place of enlightenment was there. We don't need any treasure. We just want to look at the Western Emperor scripture." Yi Fan added. Tu Fei had helped them a lot in obtaining information about the Jade Lake's old haunt. Zhou Tong and Yi Fan didn't want to hide too much from him. "Damn, you really have a way to enter the Jade Lake's old haunt? Brother, you're too careless. Bring me along for such a good thing." Tu Fei was also shocked. When he heard the name of the Western Emperor scripture, even he was a little tempted. "It's fine to bring you in, but it's hard to say if we can get the Western Emperor scripture." Zhou Tong chuckled. "But let me make it clear first. That place must not be leaked." "No problem." Tu Fei agreed readily. "Then let's go," Zhou Tong said. The Jade Lake's old haunt was near the Primordium Ancient Mine, only 10,000 miles away. The vast area around the Primordium Ancient Mine was filled with mining areas. However, since they had already obtained the location of the Jade Lake's old haunt, they naturally didn't take a detour and headed straight for the depths of the reddish-brown earth. Speaking of which, why did the Jade Lake leave back then? On the way, Yi Fan asked curiously. Something happened to the Jade Lake. Something happened to the Western Emperor's corpse, and too many people died. That's why they had to leave, Zhou Tong said indifferently. "Zhou Tong, don't tell me you've hooked up with the fairies of the Jade Lake. How do you know about this?" Tu Fei was shocked. He immediately asked, "But something happened to the Western Emperor's corpse. If we continue like this, will something happen?" He was a little nervous. Since something happened to the Jade Lake's old haunt because of the Western Emperor's corpse, it must be extremely dangerous inside. "Don't worry. Wushi Heavenly Emperor has been there before. There are arrangements made by Wushi Heavenly Emperor. So as long as you keep your hands and feet under control and don't run around, there won't be any danger." Zhou Tong was very calm. Back then, Wushi Heavenly Emperor had made many arrangements. Wushi Heavenly Emperor. Tu Fei was shocked. Then, he looked at Zhou Tong with shining eyes. "Zhou Tong, don't tell me you've obtained the inheritance of Wushi Heavenly Emperor? How is that possible? I saw the Wushi Heavenly Emperor's Wushi Heavenly Emperor's Wushi Heavenly Emperor's Wushi Heavenly Emperor sealed it with his strongest means. There's no way to open it." Zhou Tong said softly. "That Wushi Heavenly Emperor must have left it for his successor. No one else can see it. You really found the inheritance of Wushi Heavenly Emperor." Tu Fei was shocked. "Where is it? Where is the inheritance of Wushi Heavenly Emperor?" "You don't meet the requirements for Wushi Heavenly Emperor's disciple, but we can try. In your dreams, Wushi Heavenly Emperor's inheritance is for the innate divine body, Tao embryo. Without such a constitution, it's impossible to open the Wushi Heavenly Emperor's Wushi Heavenly Emperor's Wushi Heavenly Emperor." Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was a little creeped out by Zhou Tong's stare. "Hey, what's with that look?" "The innate divine body, Tao embryo, as the name suggests, means that both parents must be the sacred body of the ancients and the innate divine body, Tao embryo. Only the combination of these two constitutions can give birth to the innate divine body, Tao embryo." Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and said casually, "How about it? I'll help you get the Wu Sure Heavenly Emperor's Wu Sure Heavenly Emperor's Wu Sure Heavenly Emperor. Zhou Tong's eyes were burning with desire. He had wanted to sell Yi Fan for a long time. He had even prepared the computer parts. I heard that the Purple Mansion Saint has the innate divine body, Tao embryo. Tu Fei's eyes lit up. We have the innate divine body, Tao embryo, and the sacred body of the ancients. We even know where the inheritance of Wu Sure Heavenly Emperor is. This is God's will. What's the point of looking for the Western Emperor scripture? We can kidnap the Purple Mansion Saint and give birth to the innate divine body, Tao embryo, so that we can read the Wu Sure Heavenly Emperor scripture directly. Little Yi, it's up to you. Go. Tu Fei became more and more excited as he spoke. His stare made Yi Fan's hair stand on end. Go ahead and give birth to it. Yi Fan rolled his eyes at the two of them. Having the innate divine body, Tao embryo, doesn't necessarily mean that we don't have the innate tyrannical body, Tao embryo. Zhou Tong, you should think about it yourself. Yi Fan glanced at Zhou Tong and sped up towards the old haunt of Jasper Lake. Even if you have the innate tyrannical body, Tao embryo, it's useless. Zhou Tong chuckled and chased after him. Wu Sure Heavenly Emperor has the innate divine body, Tao embryo. Only the innate divine body, Tao embryo, can cultivate his scripture. Even if I have the innate tyrannical body, Tao embryo, it's useless. I can't open the Wu Sure Heavenly Emperor scripture. If it's the innate divine body, Tao embryo, then the Wu Sure Heavenly Emperor scripture is useless to me. Yi Fan was speechless. Chapter 126. Hey, what are you two talking about? What's the Taoist fetus? Tu Fei caught up and asked curiously, Zhou Tong, are you some kind of Taoist fetus? Tu Fei then remembered that Zhou Tong was so strong that it was impossible for him to have an ordinary physique. This guy and my physique have been enemies since ancient times. Yi Fan said, I have the sacred body of the ancients, and he has the hegemonic body of the firmament. Since ancient times, the sacred body of the ancients and the hegemonic body of the ancients have been synonymous with invincibility. However, the Big Dipper constellation is basically the place where the sacred body of the ancients stays, so you've never heard of an invincible physique like the hegemonic body of the firmament. The hegemonic body of the firmament. I didn't expect there to be such a physique. Tu Fei was shocked. He did not expect the sacred body of the ancients to have such a thing. But if you two are enemies, then what's the matter with you two? Tu Fei was puzzled. Nothing much. That's all. Zhou Tong said faintly. Anyway, we've been friends for 7 or 8 years before we knew about my physique. Even if we were to fight in the future, it would be a matter of the imperial road. It would have nothing to do with the sacred body of the ancients or the hegemonic body of the firmament. How can I, Zhou Tong, be bound by others? Whether we're friends or foes, I have to decide for myself. When night fell, the group finally arrived at the approximate location of the old haunt of Jade Lake. Under the moonlight, the red land stretched as far as the eye could see. It was so empty that it was difficult to even see a big stone, let alone a mountain. This is the old haunt of Jade Lake. It should be a celestial mountain. Yi Fan frowned and then looked at Zhou Tong. Where's the old haunt of Jade Lake? Don't worry, take your time. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and then continued to open his heavenly eye of martial arts. Suddenly, the scene within a radius of 10,000 miles was presented to Zhou Tong. Soon, he saw a white figure flying into the sky in the distance. Found it, the Jade Lake flying immortal. Zhou Tong immediately rushed towards the location of the flying immortal. Yi Fan and Tu Fei also hurriedly followed behind Zhou Tong. They saw with their own eyes that on the horizon, a few white figures were extremely ethereal. They flickered indeterminately and were as ethereal as immortals as they flew into the sky. But when they arrived, they didn't see anything. Was the Jade Lake flying fairy? The two of them continued to ask. God knows what it is. It's just that at night in the old haunt of Jade Lake, such a scene of ascension immortals often appears in the middle of the night. Zhou Tong said indifferently. At the same time, his martial Tao heavenly eye was still constantly searching. Found it. Follow me, Zhou Tong said in his heart. Then he walked towards the edge of the Jade Lake. Yi Fan and Tu Fei immediately followed. Soon, the three of them arrived at a sandy area. Zhou Tong slapped the sand on the ground. Then he rolled up his sleeves and cleaned up all the sand on the ground. Suddenly, an ancient well appeared. However, countless years had passed, and this ancient well had been buried by the wind and sand. After cleaning up the things outside the ancient well, Yi Fan and Tu Fei were immediately shocked. This was because they saw that this ancient well was unexpectedly swallowing and spitting out moonlight, as expected of the Jade Lake's old haunt. After being abandoned for countless years, this well is still swallowing and spitting out moonlight. This is the Jade Lake's old haunt, Zhou Tong said, and directly jumped into the bottom of the well. Yi Fan and Tu Fei also followed. The ancient well was very deep. It took them more than 2,000 meters to reach the bottom. After countless years, there was no more water at the bottom of the well. The ground was full of mud. When they arrived at the bottom of the well, the three of them immediately smelled a rotten smell of dead branches and rotten leaves. The ancient well was connected to an underground river. However, the river water had already dried up. Occasionally, they could see some small puddles in which some blind fishes were swimming. This underground river won't lead to the Jade Lake's old haunt, right? Tu Fei and Yi Fan looked at each other and said in surprise, "Let's go. It's still far away." Zhou Tong said indifferently and walked forward. This underground river was very long. The three of them walked for 30 to 40 miles before they finally saw a glimmer of light. That was the seal of the Jade Lake's old haunt. However, the seal here was very weak. It couldn't stop the three of them. After passing through the seal, a rich spiritual chi suddenly hit them in the face. It was a dried-up big lake. There were countless huge fish bones on the lake surface. There were also many withered trees on the lake shore. It was unknown how many thousands of years they had lived here. This is the Jade Lake's old haunt. Tu Fei looked at the desolate scenery and was stunned. No, there's something strange here. Yi Fan's spiritual sense was very sharp. Look at these fishes and trees. After so many years, they still haven't become spirits. I'm afraid there's something strange here. Didn't I tell you at the beginning? There's something wrong with the Emperor's corpse of the West Emperor. Zhou Tong didn't care about these things. He already knew that there was something strange here. He also knew that there were no treasures here. Therefore, he didn't want to pay attention to the changes in the Jade Lake. He only wanted to find the Western Emperor scripture and leave. Yi Fan and Tu Fei followed behind Zhou Tong, discussing the changes in the Jade Lake as they walked. Soon, the sound of water attracted their attention. After passing through a large withered forest, lush greenery came into view. In front of them, there were green plants everywhere. The lake was as clear as a sapphire, and the plants on the shore were full of vitality. There's vitality in a place that was originally dead. Yi Fan and Tu Fei were shocked. Strange. Is it a problem with the water source? Tu Fei asked. Not necessarily. Yi Fan was also a little scared. It's said that there's a celestial pool in the Jade Lake. Rumor has it that the Western Emperor Mother found the green gold tears under this celestial pool. Finally, she forged the famous Emperor weapon, the Western Emperor Pagoda. Tu Fei was very interested. If we find that celestial pool, we might find some celestial materials inside. I advise you not to touch that celestial pool. The changes in the Jade Lake came from that celestial pool. If you dare to touch that celestial pool, even the ancient sages won't be able to save you. Zhou Tong warned the two. Yi Fan and Tu Fei immediately shut their mouths. The three continued to move forward. They found that almost 90% of the Jade Lake was dead. Only a few places had vitality. After walking for more than 10 miles, the three finally saw some pavilions, which also indicated that they had finally arrived at the old haunt of the Jade Lake. Yi Fan and Tu Fei were a little excited. The Western Emperor scripture might be in front of them. Martial path heavenly eye, open. Zhou Tong directly opened his martial path heavenly eye and searched for the place where the Western Emperor scripture was carved. He knew that it was strange. If something happened, he would be the unlucky one. So he didn't want to wander around. He just wanted to find the Western Emperor scripture as soon as possible. Once the martial path heavenly eye was activated, the entire old haunt of the Jade Lake could be seen clearly. Follow me. I've found the location of the Western Emperor scripture. Don't wander around. It's very dangerous here. Zhou Tong warned as he led Yi Fan and Tu Fei to the place where the Western Emperor scripture was found. It was a place where not even a blade of grass grew. There were cliffs and precipices everywhere, and there were rocky mountains everywhere. There was not a trace of soil, and everything was made of stone. As soon as they entered the mountain gate, the three of them were attracted by a woman's carving. Although it was just a simple carving, it gave the three of them a feeling of Taoism and the unity of heaven and man. Chapter 127. Oh my God, this is just an engraving without any techniques. It's just a standing posture. Why does it give people the feeling of Tao and me as one? Yifan looked at the engraving and was really shocked. This is the core of the Jade Lake's old land. There are many traces of predecessors' enlightenment here. You take a look here. Zhou Tong looked at Yifan and Tu Fei and said casually, although there isn't much danger here, you still have to be careful. Don't destroy a single blade of grass or tree here. If you cause any trouble, don't blame me for not being loyal. Zhou Tong warned Yifan and Tu Fei one last time and continued to walk into the depths of the stone forest. He wanted to find the Western Emperor scripture, which was the main purpose of this place. If he wanted to create the strongest ancient scripture that belonged to himself, he had to look at the strongest ancient scripture of each secret realm and see what the ancestors' understanding of this secret realm was. The scriptures created by the ancient emperors and ancient emperors might be limited by one's physique and bloodline. For example, the infinite scripture or the scriptures created by the ancient emperors. Perhaps one could only see the true profoundness of the scriptures through the 5 secret realms, such as the void scripture and the ancient chaos scripture. However, the ancient scripture that was called the strongest in a secret realm must have been created by the ancestor who created the scripture after studying the secret realm to the extreme. He might not have done much research on various bloodlines, but this strongest ancient scripture was enough for all cultivators with physiques to cultivate and cast an extremely strong foundation. Zhou Tong was very clear that what he cultivated might not be the strongest ancient scripture of a single secret realm, but he must obtain this strongest ancient scripture as a reference. After the group entered the stone forest, they immediately saw countless engravings, which were all engraved by the Jade Lake Fairy. Yifan and Tu Fei were very curious about these engravings and kept discussing them. In the stone forest, there was a mountain, a realm, a stone, a scenery. It was as if someone had carved a natural path of the great Tao. Every mountain and stone here attracted his attention. However, some of the engravings had already been eroded by time and were blurred. Zhou Tong, could it be that the Western Emperor scripture is also blurred? Yifan was very worried. He was afraid that his Tao Palace's mystic realm had not been cultivated to the complete ancient scripture, which would cause the mystic realm to be incomplete even after spending so many resources. How is that possible? This was the place where the Queen Mother of the West comprehended the Tao. Here was the rough draft of the Western Emperor scripture that she had personally carved. How could something carved by the Western Queen Mother be so easily eroded by time? Even if the painting has been eroded by time, the Tao charm on it is absolutely fine. Zhou Tong is very confident. How could something left behind by a great emperor disappear so easily in the passage of time? It wasn't something left behind by the great emperors from millions of years ago. It was impossible for a mere 100,000 years to do anything to the scriptures carved by the Queen Mother of the West. Continuing onward, it did not take long for them to catch sight of a secret art. Wow, I found a Jade Lake's secret art. Yifan ran over in amazement. It's very mysterious, but unfortunately, half of it was erased by someone. Yifan looked carefully and frowned. This is not the Jade Lake's secret art. This is the mountain-embracing seal that is widely spread in the northern region. You can go to any small sect in the northern region and learn it, Zhou Tong said indifferently. However, this mountain-embracing seal has been further deduced and perfected by the experts of the Jade Lake. There are some differences between it and the one circulating in the outside world. Zhou Tong stood quietly in front of this incomplete mountain-embracing seal and continuously deduced with the battle secret art. This mountain-embracing seal is already a little different from the one circulating in the outside world. The mountain-embracing seal that was circulated in the outside world had a vigorous aura. Once it was gathered, it would be like Mount Tai pressing down on one's head. The imposing aura was vigorous and unstoppable. However, the mountain-embracing seal here has a trace of dexterity. If the orthodox mountain-embracing seal was Mount Tai, then the mountain-embracing seal that had been deduced by the Jade Lake was Mount Hung. The mountain-embracing seal has been deduced and can also evolve into such endless changes. If it goes one step further and gathers the power of all the mountains in the world, won't it be able to transform into an unimaginable suppressive power? Zhou Tong thought in his heart, and also began to deduce in this direction. Yes, there is a move in the Amitabha Sutra, Five-Finger Mountain. It is to use the palm to evolve the 5 elements of the Tao Palace of the human body and transform it into a mountain peak to suppress. This move has a trace of similar charm to the mountain-embracing seal. There is also a move in the Great Success Saint Body, Mountain River Seal. It gathers the power of mountains and rivers to attack. The Savage Fist of the Eternal Universe Sutra is also somewhat similar. Some of the mountains and rivers recorded in the Source Heaven book can also be integrated into it. The 3,000 worlds of the Indestructible Heaven art can also be slightly integrated into it. The 3,000 worlds will become 3,000 mountains. For a moment, countless paths and techniques flashed through Zhou Tong's mind. Then, he quickly evolved them in his heart with the battle secret word and integrated them into the mountain-embracing seal. Yifan and Tu Fei suddenly noticed some unusual changes in Zhou Tong's body. Both of them felt that there was an endless danger around Zhou Tong and immediately retreated. Buzz! The moment the two retreated, the void seemed to unfold like a scroll painting. The two suddenly felt as if they were in a pure land of immortals. This guy warned us not to act recklessly, but he is acting recklessly, Tu Fei complained. He must have comprehended something. Yifan also looked at Zhou Tong with a grave expression. Boom! The moment Yifan and Tu Fei retreated, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Zhou Tong put his hands together as if he was embracing a mountain. It was the mountain-embracing seal. In an instant, a huge mountain appeared between Zhou Tong's hands. Mountain-embracing seal. I didn't expect the mountain-embracing seal to be so powerful. Tu Fei was shocked. Just a trace of the mountain's momentum made Tu Fei feel as if he had sunk into a quagmire. It was difficult to move. Yifan, on the other hand, was shocked by the mountain. Mount Tai. He's using the mountain-embracing seal to condense the momentum of Mount Tai. Yifan recognized at a glance that the mountain in Zhou Tong's hands was Mount Tai. After Zhou Tong evolved Mount Tai, his hands changed and dispersed Mount Tai. Immediately after, another mountain appeared. This mountain was completely different from the majestic Mount Tai from before. It had a strange and dangerous momentum, like a divine sword, but also like an abyss, the momentum of Mount Tai. Yifan also recognized it and was shocked. In the next moment, Mount Tai collapsed, followed by Mount Hung in the south, Mount Hung in the north, and Mount Song in the middle. One after another, Zhou Tong evolved the momentum of the mountain-embracing seal. But soon, the evolution of the mountain's momentum exceeded the scope of Yifan's knowledge. This was because the next evolution of the mountain's momentum was something recorded in the Source Heaven book. Although each mountain had its own characteristics, they were always within the range of the mountain-embracing seal. No matter how they changed, They could never escape the range of the mountain-embracing seal. However, Zhou Tong was still tirelessly evolving the five mountains' momentum and integrated a portion of the profundities of the Amitabha Sutra and the Eternal Universe Sutra into the mountain-embracing seal. As he evolved, the five mountains gradually walked out of the range of the mountain-embracing seal and evolved the path that belonged to him alone. Creating a technique? Could it be that he wants to create a secret technique comparable to the mountain-embracing seal? Tu Fei was shocked. I don't know how long he'll be comprehending here. Let's leave him alone and go find the Western Emperor's Sutra. Yifan looked and said directly. What he needed the most now was the Western Emperor's Sutra. Okay. Tu Fei also knew that the matter of creating a technique could not be rushed, so he left with Yifan. Right now, Zhou Tong was the only one left in front of the painting performing the technique. Chapter 128. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Yifan and Tu Fei had been wandering around the Jade Pool old haunt for half a month. They had seen countless pictures here, but they still couldn't find the Western Emperor scripture. Damn it! Zhou Tong isn't fooling us, is he? There's no Western Emperor scripture here. Or does the Western Emperor scripture need some means to touch it, but this guy hasn't told us? After wandering here for half a month, Tu Fei's patience was almost exhausted. Yifan's face was a little ugly. Zhou Tong is very confident. I don't think he's lying to us. Is there something wrong with his information? Should we wake him up? Yifan looked in the direction of the original picture and couldn't help but say, among all of them, he was the most anxious. If he couldn't find the Western Emperor scripture, it meant that he couldn't cultivate the Dao Palace secret realm completely. Don't! Tu Fei quickly reached out to stop Yifan. Blocking the path of cultivation is like killing one's parents. No matter how good your relationship is, Zhou Tong won't let it go. Unlike Yifan, Tu Fei had grown up in the cultivation world since he was a child. His understanding of these things was already deeply ingrained in his heart. Yifan suddenly stopped and frowned. You better take a good look at the secret methods recorded here. Although they're all incomplete, they're what you lack the most now. Tu Fei hurriedly said, You're a rogue cultivator without an inheritance. You should learn as much as you can. Any successor of sect will learn more secret methods than what's recorded here. You'll know when you look at Zhou Tong. God knows how many secret methods he has. They're endless and bottomless. That's why he's doing so well in the cultivation world. He's like a fish in water. He has a way to deal with everything he encounters. The amount of secret arts one knows determines the foundation of a cultivator. Zhou Tong's background is definitely the deepest among us. I'm afraid that even the holy sons and holy daughters of the Holy Lands may not be able to compare to him. That's why when he saw the first engraving, he fell into such a state of enlightenment. I suspect that every time he breaks through a new realm, he will take the initiative to learn several peerless secret arts to slowly stabilize his realm. Furthermore, the secret art he cultivates is most likely a great emperor's secret art. At the very least, it's a secret art created by a peerless great sage. It's extremely powerful. If that's really the case, then with his current level, he has mastered hundreds of secret techniques, and the number of secret techniques he knows is uncountable. I really don't know where he got so many secret techniques. Although Tu Fei was a small bandit, his knowledge was not inferior to those saints and saintesses. Just from some of Zhou Tong's actions, he could roughly guess some things. Although he hadn't figured it out yet, his knowledge of Zhou Tong was definitely far beyond that of Yifan, a cultivator without an inheritance. Unparalleled knowledge and the breadth of secret techniques that can deal with any situation. This is one of the key reasons why Zhou Tong is invincible now. If you want to compete with him in the future, try your best to learn more. Although Tu Fei's patience was almost exhausted, he himself had a complete inheritance. So he wasn't determined to get the Western Emperor scripture. He was in a good mood and advised Yifan here. Yifan finally nodded and said, We can only wait here for Zhou Tong to wake up. At the same time, on the other side, Zhou was still in the state of enlightenment. Buzz! His 10 heavens divine ring quietly opened and devoured the essence energy from all directions to support Zhou creation. At the same time, the Bodhi tree in the 10 heavens divine ring swayed slightly. The crystal-clear green leaves on the tree flickered like talismans, and the sound of chanting could be heard. It was very peaceful. The essence energy from all directions and the Bodhi tree's Tao sound and Tao rhythm entered Zhou heart, providing him with the most vigorous foundation to create and comprehend the Tao. Every mountain has its own momentum. According to the Book of Source Heaven, inner chi is born, outer chi is formed, and the inner and outer multiplies. Perhaps I can obtain the momentum of endless mountains and rivers. How to simplify the momentum of the mountains and rivers is the most important question. Amitabha took the will of the 5 elements and merged it with the 5 chi in the Tao Palace to finally form the 5-finger mountain. Ruthless Great Emperor took the profound meaning of the dragon transformation mystic realm and roamed the 3,000 worlds to form the 3,000 worlds mystic technique. Eternal Universe Great Emperor directly transformed the 4 extremes into the 4 desolates and evolved the 4 desolates fist. Zhou didn't completely fall into an uncontrollable state of Tao comprehension, but was in a half-conscious state of Tao comprehension. Other than freely deriving various techniques, his mind was still half-conscious, and he was constantly analyzing the scriptures he knew that were close to the mountain-embracing seal. Amitabha's 5-finger mountain mystic technique was the closest. Once this mystic technique was used, the entire palm was like a 5-element mountain descending from the sky, suppressing everything. Eternal Universe Great Emperor's 4 desolates fist was relatively close. This 4 desolates fist evolved the 4 major forces of heaven desolates, man desolates, great desolates, and chaos desolates to suppress all enemies. Ruthless Great Emperor's 3,000 worlds mystic realm transformed the dragon transformation mystic realm's dragon roaming the heavens into 3,000 worlds mystic technique. From there, he evolved the 3,000 worlds mystic technique, 1 flower, 1 world. These 3 Great Emperor's mystic techniques, in addition to the mountain-embracing seal's original thoughts, the endless mountains and rivers recorded in the Source Heaven book, and the ever-changing power of the fighting mystic technique, were the core of Zhou Tao comprehension. Suddenly, Zhou, who had been continuously comprehending Tao for half a month, seemed to have a bright light in his heart. No, I can also use the forbidden chapter of the Demon Emperor Sutra as a reference. Using the forbidden mystic technique of the Demon Emperor Sutra as a reference, I can integrate the thousands of mountains into my heart, simplify, and fuse them into the most original runes. Each mountain is a rune. In this way, I can evolve the thousands of mountains with a single palm. This move of mine will be called the Qianshan seal. Zhou quickly found a way to break out of this situation, condense the thousands of mountains into runes, and the thousands of runes carried the thousands of divine mountains' mysteries. Thinking of this, Zhou moved again. First was the thousands of mountains. Zhou chose the 3,000 divine mountains in his heart to evolve. Among them were the 5 sacred mountains and Kunlun Mountain on Earth, the Purple Mountain and Mount Meru of the Big Dipper, the countless mountain peaks seen in the Reincarnation Mirror, and the various divine mountain terrains recorded in the Source Heaven book. These mountains were the objects of Zhou evolution. He constantly drew in the void. The 3,000 majestic, nimble, strange, and mysterious mountain peaks were constantly drawn by Zhou with the Genesis Heaven Divine Rune. It didn't need to be perfect, just a general momentum. Zhou hands moved at the same time. In almost half a quarter of an hour, he could draw the general momentum of a mountain peak. With the appearance of each mountain peak, the aura around Zhou body became a little heavier and also a little more terrifying. The void around him seemed to have completely solidified. Towards the end, Zhou Tong's body was almost suppressed by the endless mountains. Every movement he made required a huge amount of energy. For an entire month, endless mountains appeared around Zhou Tong, and the thousands of mountains' mysteries appeared. Simplify the mysteries into runes. This was the only thought in Zhou Tong's mind. Within the 10 heavenly heavens' divine ring, the Bodhi tree stood tall and strong. The translucent leaves on the tree swayed in the wind, as if a heavenly book was ringing. Streaks of light fell from the tree, causing Zhou Tong's figure to become even more blurry. The thousands of mountains were simplified, but the suppressive aura was even more powerful and vast. The thousands of mountains gradually condensed around his body and were enveloped by the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring. PFFF. But at this moment, Zhou Tong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The state of Tao, enlightenment, was instantly broken. Zhou Tong opened his eyes and sighed softly. I was almost suppressed by my own 1,000 mountains mysteries. This won't do. The intent of my seal is too vast, and it's not something I can create right now. I need to be at least a Tao severing cultivator, or even a saint before I can completely condense the thousands of mountains runes and successfully create the Qianshan seal. Zhou Tong took a deep breath, put away the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring, and used the immortal phoenix treasure technique to heal his injuries. Although he had failed to create a seal, everything was worth it. This failure had given him a lot of experience in creating seals in the future. Chapter 129. At the same time, on the other side, Tu Fei and Yi Fan saw the divine halo around Zhou Tong dissipate and immediately rushed over. You finally woke up. Yi Fan was also excited. Zhou Tong woke up, which meant that the Western Emperor scripture might be in their hands. Zhou Tong, what technique did you create? Tu Fei was very interested in Zhou Tong's creation this time. It failed. Zhou Tong shook his head. You didn't find the Western Emperor scripture ? Zhou Tong didn't want to say anything more about the creation of the technique, so he turned his attention to the Western Emperor scripture. The two of them shook their heads, and Tu Fei immediately said, "There is no Western Emperor scripture here. The news you got is fake. I was wondering how the Jade Lake could have left their supreme scripture here after they evacuated. Did you find the engraving of a sun?" Zhou Tong asked. Sun? Yi Fan and Tu Fei looked at each other. They didn't remember where there was an engraving of a sun. You mean the blurry sun on the stone mountain? Is that really a sun? I remember it was a circle. Yi Fan's reaction was quick. He had searched this place countless times. Thus, he was very familiar with the place and the place. It's here. Yi Fan vaguely thought of something and immediately led the way. Soon, the three of them came to the place where the sun was. It was on a cliff, and there was a palm-sized circle. If Yi Fan hadn't searched here for 1.5 months and didn't miss any detail, they wouldn't have found this engraving at all. Are you kidding me? The Western Emperor scripture is here. Tu Fei was dumbfounded. Swoosh! At this moment, a jade-green tree appeared and took root on the rock. The green leaves swayed constantly, emitting the aura of the Great Path. Hey, what kind of tree is this? Tu Fei was shocked. As soon as the tree appeared, it emitted an amazing aura of the Great Path. In particular, there was a strong fluctuation of life essence in the tree, which almost made his body glow. Every breath he took seemed to be refining the immortal qi. This tree was too extraordinary. It's that tree. Yi Fan almost immediately thought of the time in the center of the fire domain. Zhou Tong seemed to have made a tree sprout, and then attracted the attack of the immortal fire. Without my Bodhi tree, how could you have comprehended the Western Emperor scripture ? Zhou Tong chuckled. Bodhi tree? I remember that ancient records said that the immortal medicine obtained by Amitabha was the Bodhi tree. Could it be that one? Tu Fei's eyes lit up. It was too amazing. An immortal medicine was right in front of him. Legend has it that this Bodhi tree is on the same level as the tree of enlightenment in the undying mountain. Just sitting under the tree can make people comprehend the Tao. I didn't expect this tree to be in your hands. If those baldies in the western desert knew, they would definitely find trouble with you. Tu-Fei was very shocked. The Bodhi tree was not tall. It was only 16 feet tall, less than 5 meters. However, this number was very subtle. Legend has it that the Bodhi tree towered into the clouds, but now it was only a baby. The growth of the Bodhi tree was very strange. After it sprouted, as long as the environment was suitable, it would grow to 16 feet tall in a very short time. However, after 16 feet, it might not be able to grow 10 feet tall in 100 years. If I didn't promise to get you the Western Emperor scripture, I really didn't want to tell you about the Bodhi tree. I'm warning you, don't have any ideas about my divine tree. It's best if you forget about it. Zhou Tong said and directly glared at Tu-Fei. The main thing was that this big mouth had to be controlled. Zhou Tong didn't mind being the enemy of the whole world after he embarked on the Emperor's path. However, he didn't even have the Immortal Foundation secret realm now. He definitely couldn't expose something like the Bodhi tree completely. Otherwise, those ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the Western Desert would rush over with their Emperor's weapons. He would be in trouble then. Even the great sage tool, diamond carving, couldn't withstand it. Tu-Fei suddenly didn't dare to speak. At this time, Zhou Tong also placed his palm on the sun. He silently circulated the Western Emperor scripture in his heart. Boom! In an instant, the sky was filled with brilliance. A sun rose from the stone cliff, blazing with incomparable heat. The whole stone mountain turned red with raging flames. The fire burned half the sky. The red sun hung in the sky, huge and vigorous. Zhou Tong stood in the sun, looking solemn. There really is a vision. Tu-Fei and Yi Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Zhou Tong didn't care about Yi Fan and Tu-Fei's shock. He was only comprehending the charm of the Western Emperor scripture. There were no scriptures here, but the charm described all the changes of the Western Emperor scripture clearly. It was even more astonishing than the scripture inheritance. So, this is the meaning of the Western Emperor scripture. It's a pity that I didn't have the opportunity to see the door of the Tao Palace Mystic Realm. Otherwise, I could use this to further perfect my Tao Palace Mystic Realm. Zhou Tong felt a little regretful. The Sea of Reincarnation Mystic Realm was because he had accidentally seen the countless doors of the Sea of Reincarnation Mystic Realm. Therefore, he was able to cultivate the Tao scripture on the basis of cultivating the feather conversion scripture. He even fused the profound meaning of the Tao scripture with the feather conversion scripture in a short period of time, completing the initial fusion of the two scriptures. There was no such opportunity in the Tao Palace Mystic Realm. Therefore, he could only memorize the Western Emperor scripture in his heart. In the future, he could slowly cultivate and comprehend it to further perfect his Tao Palace Mystic Realm. However, it was impossible to fuse them. At least, it was impossible before he became a saint. After a long time, Zhou Tong opened his eyes again. He looked at Yi Fan and Tu-Fei and said, "If you want to get the Western Emperor scripture, not only do you need amazing comprehension, but you also need the scripture guide. I have already used the Bodhi tree to help you complete your comprehension. Now, your problem is the scripture guide. You taught me the scripture guide ? Yi Fan quickly realized and asked immediately. Zhou Tong nodded and gave up his position. Yi Fan immediately imitated Zhou Tong and placed his palm on the sun. Suddenly, another sun rose on the cliff. At this time, Zhou Tong looked at Tu-Fei and said, "Remember, I will only read it once." Tu-Fei had put in a lot of effort to find the old haunt of the Jade Lake. This Western Emperor scripture was his reward. There is no valley in the center of the valley. It is formless and traceless. It is neither rebellious nor disobedient. It is humble and motionless. It is quiet and unwavering. Tu-Fei immediately held his breath and tried his best to memorize it. He knew this was a great opportunity. This was the secret of the Jade Lake. Today, he finally had the chance to get it. Soon, Yi Fan also comprehended this sun and woke up. "Zhou Tong, why is there only 1/5 of the scripture here?" Zhou Tong said lightly. This is the Tao Palace of Heart. The other 4 Tao Palaces are on other cliffs. Didn't you see anything like the Golden Essence imprint or the Ancient Tree imprint? I know where they are. Yi Fan immediately answered. Don't worry. Let's wait for Tu Fei to finish reading before we go. Zhou Tong quietly watched the 3rd activation of this cliff. The Western Emperor's scripture is indeed powerful. It is much more powerful than the scripture my old man passed on to me. Tu Fei was surprised and impressed. It was indeed a scripture created by the Western Emperor Mother. Let's continue to look for the other imprints. Yi Fan was very anxious. Out of the 5 Tao Palaces, he only had 1 complete Tao Palace. There were still 4 more. Soon, they found the other imprints. After comprehending them separately, they finally obtained the complete Tao Palace volume of the Western Emperor Scripture. This trip was considered complete. In the next few days, the group stayed here to comprehend the Western Emperor Scripture. After all, with Zhou Tong's Bodhi tree, it was very easy to comprehend. Zhou Tong also completely memorized all the patterns of the secret techniques left in the Jade Lake and turned them into his foundation. Chapter 130. The 3 of them quickly left the Jade Lake through the ancient well. Seeing the long-awaited sunlight in the sky, the 3 of them sighed. They were finally leaving the Jade Lake. However, they were in a good mood after obtaining the Western Emperor Scripture. Zhou Tong, do you know where the other scriptures are? Tu Fei looked at Zhou Tong curiously. 1 Tao Palace scroll isn't enough. When can we gather all 5 scriptures? 1 great Emperor Scripture isn't enough? Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Tu Fei. The Tao Palace scroll is the most important one in the Western Emperor Scripture. The Tao Palace scroll of the Western Emperor Scripture is known as the strongest scripture in the Tao Palace secret realm. You should be satisfied with this scroll. Tu Fei curled his lips and said, Don't think that I don't know. This Western Emperor Scripture was carved by the Western Emperor Mother when she was creating it. The Jade Lake's cultivation is probably more profound than ours. What's going on? Yi Fan, who was constantly circulating the Western Emperor Scripture, couldn't care less about comprehending it and immediately asked. Tu Fei said, Every great emperor will revise their scriptures once in their later years. That revision is the real essence of the scriptures, which are also the scriptures passed down from the great holy lands. A hastily created scripture is definitely not as good as a revised one. There was still a big difference between an alternative Tao affirmation and a true Tao affirmation. After a great emperor attained Tao affirmation, he could obtain the Heavenly Core imprint. The first generation of the Heavenly Core imprint was called the Immortal King Foundation in the chaotic ancient era. Even if the later generation of the Heavenly Core imprint was not as good as the first generation of the Heavenly Core imprint, it was at least a true immortal foundation. When a great emperor obtained such a thing, his horizons and knowledge would naturally skyrocket compared to before he attained Tao affirmation. The scripture that he thought was perfect in the past would have many flaws and inadequacies after he attained Tao affirmation. This was the reason why the great emperor revised his scripture after he attained Tao affirmation. You know so much. It seems that you've also cultivated some powerful scriptures. Your 2 families' opportunity is not bad. It seems to be the scripture of the great sage Absolute Peak. Zhou Tong's ears twitched slightly. Strands of Tao runes emerged. He vaguely heard some loud noises coming from Tu Fei's sea of reincarnation and Tao Palace. Although this voice was far inferior to the Emperor's scripture, the difference wasn't that great. The scripture that Tu Fei cultivated was most likely passed down by a great saint who had touched upon the quasi-emperor realm. Tu Fei was shocked. He suddenly looked at Zhou Tong, as if he had noticed that something was wrong with his ears. He exclaimed, You've actually cultivated heavenly hearing? You actually learned the 6 divine abilities he passed down from Buddhism? You have the Bodhi tree and the 6 Buddhist divine abilities. Don't tell me you're a descendant of the Western Desert? Tu Fei looked at Zhou Tong in a different light, with a hint of wariness. I've read the Amitabha Sutra, but it has nothing to do with the Western Desert. Zhou Tong, shook his head. Amitabha Sutra. Tu Fei was shocked. That's the supreme scripture that Emperor Amitabha personally passed down. You've actually read it? Which scroll did you read? Do you have heavenly hearing? Teach me. Don't tell me you want to use heavenly hearing to read some unhealthy things. Zhou Tong looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Am I that kind of person? Tu Fei said righteously. Zhou Tong _Yi Tu Fei. Speaking of which, Yi Fan, have you thought about what you're going to do with the 5 million caddies of source? After you get the source, where are you going to go to transcend the tribulation? Zhou Tong suddenly asked. 5 million caddies of source. I don't know either. Yi Fan was once again at a loss. In fact, he already had 5 million caddies of source in his hands. He had relied on Zhou Tong's hint in the holy city the last time to gamble with a small amount. He had not used it all when he broke through to the 5th heaven of the Dao Palace's mystic realm. He still had 5 million caddies of source left. But it was not enough. It was far from enough. This 5 million caddies of source was only 1/10 of what he had. It was not even 1/10. I can give you 5 million caddies of source, Zhou Tong suddenly said. But I have a condition. Are you for real? 5 million caddies of source? Even those sacred grounds can't take out that much. You can? Tu Fei exclaimed, as if he was getting to know Zhou Tong all over again. I'm different from you 13 great bandits of the northern region who bully the weak and fear the strong. You only dare to cause trouble in the minds of those sacred grounds. I robbed a sacred ground for real, Zhou Tong said calmly. Rob an important place of a holy land? It's impossible that I haven't heard of such a piece of news. Tu Fei was stunned, and then looked at Zhou Tong in shock. Damn it. Don't tell me you're the one who caused trouble in the Ji family's headquarters in the northern region. What? That person is you? Yi Fan was also shocked. During this period of walking in the northern region, he had heard that there was once a fierce person who directly triggered an earth-shattering heavenly tribulation in the Ji family's headquarters in the northern region and took the opportunity to rob them. Of the 17 mighty figures in the Ji family's headquarters, 10 were killed and 7 were seriously injured. How much source does the Ji family's headquarters in the northern region have? Tu Fei's breathing was a little rapid, and his eyes were a little red. It's worth about 20 million caddies. How about it? Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan. As long as you agree to one of my conditions, I'll take care of the resources for you to advance to the 4 extreme secret realms. I seem to owe you something before. What's the condition this time? Yi Fan asked in a deep voice. He remembered very clearly that when Zhou Tong took him to find the Western Emperor's scripture, he owed him a condition. Now, there was another condition. Adding everything together, wouldn't he owe him 2 favors? Including the 5 million caddies of source, you should owe me 2 favors. Zhou Tong said softly, the first favor is to help me get something from the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. There are 9 sacred mountains and 9 divine trees. Just pluck the fruits of all the divine trees for me. Although it was something that belonged to the ruthless great emperor, as long as Yi Fan personally gave it away, the ruthless great emperor would definitely not say anything. In fact, in the original work, Yi Fan had also given away some of the fruits in the forbidden area of the remote antiquity as a favor, such as to the sacred prince and princess divine silkworm. Zhou Tong, are you trying to kill Yi Fan? Tu Fei was shocked. How could the forbidden area of the remote antiquity be a place where ordinary people could go? Even the sacred master and the imperial emperor might be turned into ashes once they got close. Zhou Tong looked at Tu Fei, shook his head, and said, You don't understand. I don't understand what? You want Yi Fan to go to the forbidden area of the remote antiquity to get the divine fruits for you. Aren't you trying to kill him? Tu Fei was a little angry. I thought of you as a friend, but I didn't expect you to be such a person. Yi Fan was very calm. He pulled Tu Fei and said, Tu Fei, don't say any more. This is not Zhou Tong's fault. As a sacred body of the ancients, the reason why I can't break through to the 4 extreme secret realms is not only because of the source, but also because of the curse. Only the forbidden area of the remote antiquity can help me break the curse. Even without Zhou Tong's suggestion, I would still go to the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. Yi Fan shook his head and said directly, if I don't enter the forbidden area of the remote antiquity, I won't be able to break through to the four extreme secret realms. But Zhou Tong, aren't you afraid that I will die in the forbidden area of the remote antiquity, and all your investment in me will be in vain? Yi Fan asked immediately. Investment is risky. You should know this very well. Zhou Tong said softly. Although we have been friends for more than 10 years, 5 million caddies of source is a huge amount for me. This is already more than half of my wealth, and I took a huge risk to get it from the sacred land. Moreover, the Bodhi tree in my hand needs to be nourished by source chi. If the source chi is not enough, this immortal divine herb will probably die. In fact, if I had the strength of an ancient saint, given our relationship, I wouldn't ask for any price. I could even give you 5 million caddies of source chi. Unfortunately, I don't. Yi Fan was silent, but he nodded. Okay, but I have to remind you in advance that there are no more fruits on 2 sacred mountains. On Earth, Yi Fan was a successful person who had earned enough wealth to live a lifetime on his own in a short period of 3 years after graduation. There was no doubt that he must have taken a huge risk. Use your myriad chi cauldron to fill it with some divine spring water, Zhou Tong said. Although it can't fill much, a cubic meter of spring water should be no problem. Okay, Yi Fan nodded. Chapter 131. The group traveled across the void from the northern region to the southern region. Tu Fei followed along. He wanted to see what the sacred body of the ancients looked like after breaking the curse. In the southern region of the eastern barren territory, the Yin kingdom spanned 2,000 miles from north to south and 3,000 miles from east to west. Such a territory was but a drop in the ocean in the eastern barren territory. There were countless countries like this. The reason why it was known to the world was undoubtedly because of the forbidden area of the ancients in the central region. Since ancient times, there had been too many legends. No one knew how many peerless masters had fallen there, and there were even peerless holy lands that had been destroyed there. The group entered the Yin kingdom. The city was bustling, and the sound of hawking was endless. It was very prosperous. Crispy chicken wings, free if you don't like it. Zhang's soup dumplings, thin skin, juicy and delicious. Come and try it. Yi Fan smiled. The place was the same as before. There were no changes. It was as if they had never left. A city of mortals, TSK, TSK. Tu Fei's shifty eyes kept glancing at the girls on the road, nodding from time to time. For all, Tu Fei, you better go blind with your thieving eyes. Underscore. Zhou Tong glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Hey, what's with that look? Tu Fei was furious. Every time he paid a little attention to the fairies along the way, he would get that look. Zhou Tong was not the only one. Yi Fan was also looking at him the same way. Big brother, I'm hungry. Buy me a bun. I beg you. Nana is very hungry. At that moment, a young and pitiful voice was heard. Yi Fan, Zhou Tong, and Tu Fei immediately turned around and saw a dirty and pitiful little girl blinking her big eyes. She was tugging at Yi Fan's trousers and looking up at him. She was only 3 or 4 years old. Her clothes were tattered, and her face was full of dirt. Only her eyes were bright. The fruit of the great Emperor Ruthless. It really did appear. Zhou Tong was shocked. Although he had long guessed that such a little girl might appear, when he really saw her, he was still shocked because his divine sense didn't discover the existence of this little girl at all. Speaking of which, is this merciless immortality technique, or is she waiting for Yi Fan? Zhou Tong was a little hesitant. If Yi Fan were to take the little girl with him when he was going through the ordeal, would she be able to resist the curse of the sacred body of the ancients? When he thought up to this point, Zhou Tong was immediately shocked. Could it be that this little Nana was specially left outside by Ruthless to wait for Yi Fan to help him overcome that crucial calamity? Perhaps this little girl was really left for Yi Fan, but something happened to the Dao fruit along the way, so Yi Fan did not use it? The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more he felt that he was getting closer to the truth. It was possible that this little girl was deliberately left outside by Merciless to block the calamity for Yifan. But there's a problem. When Merciless was alive, the sacred body of the ancients didn't have any curse. It was only after her fruit of the Tao was lost that the curse of the sacred body of the ancients appeared. Logically speaking, Merciless shouldn't have thought of this. Knowing Merciless' style, if she knew about this curse when she was awake, she would have searched the entire world for the underworld without hesitation. She would have definitely destroyed something like the celestial netherworld treasure. Of course, the biggest possibility is that she wouldn't be able to find it. I remember that Emperor Wu Shi chased the underworld all over the world. However, the underworld was too good at hiding. Even Emperor Wu Shi couldn't find their base camp. Merciless probably couldn't find the underworld either, so she didn't do anything. Zhou Tong was a little confused. The little girl in front of him was Yifan's real backer. Nana is so hungry. Big brother, please do me a favor and buy me a bag to eat. The little girl was timid and looked very scared. Her eyes were full of tears, as if she had been starving for many days. Seeing the little girl like this, even Tu Fei, who was standing at the side, felt pity for her. He went to a nearby stall with Yifan and bought soup dumplings and gave them to the little girl. Just as Yifan was about to turn around and leave, Zhou Tong suddenly said, "Come with us." "Zhou Tong, you want to take her with you?" Tu Fei was shocked. "The two of you should try and see if your divine consciousness can detect her first. There is something strange about this little girl." Zhou Tong directly transmitted his voice to Yifan and Tu Fei. "I really can't detect her." Tu Fei was shocked. "I remember now. When I came here in the past, I also encountered the same thing. It was this little girl who was also begging here." Yifan was also shocked. A few years have passed, but she hasn't changed at all. Logically speaking, children of this age should grow very quickly. "Yifan, is someone watching you?" Tu Fei looked at Yifan nervously. "No, this kind of pure gaze can't be faked. It can't be faked." Yifan immediately rejected Tu Fei's idea. "No matter what, just keep her by your side." Zhou Tong transmitted his voice. "Maybe you can see something." While speaking, Zhou Tong immediately activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye and stared at little Nana. This was Merciless Great Emperor's Dao fruit. The Great Emperor's Dao fruit was right in front of them. As long as they could see something, they would definitely gain a lot. However, it was a pity that Zhou Tong could not see anything. He was too weak. He was only in the dragon transformation secret territory. He could not see anything at all. Little Nana was a great emperor's Dao fruit. The stronger one was, the more extraordinary she was. However, one had to be at least a sage to be qualified to see something. Yifan and Tu Fei knew that Zhou Tong had the heavenly eye and immediately asked, "What did you see?" "I can't see anything. Even with my heavenly eye, I can't see anything." "She must have a great background." Zhou Tong transmitted his voice. "This little girl's background is at least at the level of an ancient sage. If she has no evil intentions, she must be a protective amulet." Ancient sage, protective amulet. Tu Fei could not help but click his tongue. This background was a little too terrifying. At this time, Yifan squatted down, touched the little girl's head, and said, "Don't you have any relatives?" The little girl blinked her big eyes, shook her head in confusion, and said, "No, Nana doesn't remember anything." "Don't remember anything?" Yifan was a little surprised, but after Zhou Tong's reminder, he also realized something, and his face gradually calmed down. "Nana will forget everything after a period of time. I don't have any impression of the past. After a few days, I might not even remember Big Brother." The little girl lowered her head, and her mood was more or less depressed. "How can this be?" Tu Fei could not help but ask. "Nana doesn't know herself. I seem to have forgotten a lot of things. I don't know where I came from and where I'm going. Everyone else has relatives, but I don't. Nana is very lonely and sad." The little girl lowered her head, and her eyes were filled with tears. "You won't be lonely in the future. Follow us," Zhou Tong said softly. For the time being, this was a protective amulet. If they brought her along, they could even enter the forbidden area. Can I really? The little girl raised her head and looked at Yi Fan with a hopeful expression. Her gaze rested on Yi Fan the most. Yi Fan was also the most important person in her heart. Of course you can. Facing such a gaze, Yi Fan also revealed a trace of smile. Let's go and eat something first. The three people brought little Nana to a nearby restaurant and took her to eat a big meal. Chapter 132. With little Nana in tow, the group soon arrived at a place not far from the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. By the way, Yi Fan, how are you going to enter the forbidden area of the remote antiquity with 5 million caddies of source? Suddenly, Tu Fei noticed a difficulty. Take out your myriad chi cauldron and put the source in it, Zhou Tong said lightly. Suddenly, a mysterious yellow cauldron appeared in front of them. Zhou Tong waved his hand, and 12 million caddies of source were immediately put into Yi Fan's cauldron. Zhou Tong said lightly, I gave you an extra 2 million caddies. In fact, 10 million caddies is probably not enough to break through the sacred body of the ancients. 12 million caddies is barely enough, but with your own source, 13 million caddies should be enough. Thank you very much. Yi Fan thanked Zhou Tong solemnly. This was 20% more than the agreed amount, which was not a small amount. Yi Fan immediately threw his own 500,000 caddies of source into the myriad chi cauldron. There was a total of 13 million caddies of source. In the myriad chi cauldron, the source of God and the source of heterogeneity shone brightly, and the spiritual chi was so dense that it almost turned into liquid. If the pool had not been sealed, the divine light here would have pierced through the sky, and the stars and the moon would have been dimmed. When Tu Fei saw the source, he could not help but feel a little jealous. I've never seen so many source piled up together since I was a child. This is really an eye-opener. Zhou Tong glanced at Tu Fei and said lightly, There are many things you haven't seen before. As he spoke, Zhou Tong took out another item, which immediately shocked Tu Fei again. Damn, a branch of the Bodhi tree? Your Bodhi tree is still a seedling, and you just broke off a big branch? Aren't you afraid that the divine tree will be damaged? Although the divine branch in front of them was only 5 feet long, it was full of branches and leaves. This wasn't just a random branch, but a huge branch with dozens of branches on top. Zhou Tong ignored Tu Fei and passed the divine branch to Yi Fan. For your success in breaking through, for the success of my investment, I have bled once again. Take this Bodhi tree branch as the cost of your trip to the forbidden area of remote antiquity. The forbidden area of remote antiquity will lose vitality. Although my Bodhi tree hasn't grown up yet, the vitality contained in this branch is more than enough for you to go in and out once. Along the way, he had used the wrong information to scam Yi Fan of so many treasures and opportunities. Zhou Tong felt a little apologetic in his heart. He would take this huge Bodhi branch as compensation. Yi Fan received the divine branch solemnly. Thank you. I don't care if you're investing in me or not. I will accept this favor. The forbidden area of remote antiquity was really too dangerous. If he had only relied on himself to break through, he would have had a slim chance of surviving. However, with this Bodhi tree branch, he was much more confident. What Zhou Tong had given him now was far beyond what he had promised previously, especially this Bodhi branch, which was far beyond Yi Fan's expectations. Yi Fan had also seen Zhou Tong's Bodhi tree before. That tree was only 6 feet tall, about 5 meters tall. The main trunk extended to a total of 7 branches. Zhou Tong actually cut off one of the 7 branches and gave it to him. This gift was too great. One had to know that this was one of the 7 branches of the future immortal divine herb. Successfully breaking through and bringing down what I need is the best reward for me. Zhou Tong chuckled. The resources for Yi Fan to break through and even the consumption along the way in and out of the forbidden area of remote antiquity were all given by Zhou Tong. This was already a huge price to pay. Just this divine branch of the Bodhi tree alone, if put in an auction house, without hundreds of millions of kilograms of capital, it would not even be qualified to be auctioned. Zhou Tong still remembered that in the original work, a sprout of the divine tree of life had caused the death of several great sages. There had been a series of great emperor weapon battles, and even the great emperor formation chart had appeared. In the end, this matter had ended with the Qilin emperor's emperor weapon being sealed. The value of this divine branch of the Bodhi tree was really too great. Don't worry, I will definitely succeed. Yi Fan was very confident. However, Zhou Tong said, although you are confident, I am not. This is because this method of breaking through is just my guess. I don't know what the chances of success are. If you fail to break through in this forbidden area of remote antiquity, then there is no other way. You can only seal yourself in the next life. It's fine. Even if I fail, I won't blame you. You've already told me enough. You've also provided me with enough conditions. If I still fail under such circumstances, then it's probably fate. Yi Fan nodded and sighed in his heart. Don't think so much about failure. You will definitely succeed. You have to believe in yourself. Zhou Tong even gave you the immortal divine herb. It will be fine. Tu Fei also cheered for Yi Fan. Yi Fan finally nodded and put away the Xianwang Qi cauldron. He turned around and walked directly to the forbidden area of remote antiquity. Watching Yi Fan leave, Tu Fei said, "Is the curse of the sacred body of the ancients really so terrible?" Zhou Tong nodded and said, "It is far beyond your imagination. In fact, many sacred bodies of the ancients were robbed when they were at the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. If Yi Fan had not eaten 2 kinds of holy fruits in the forbidden area of remote antiquity, he would have died when he was at the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. However, if Yi Fan really breaks through in the forbidden area of remote antiquity, then the curse will most likely not be able to find him." Zhou Tong then said, "But there is also a possibility that after he breaks through, there will be no disasters or tribulations. Nothing will happen. However, as soon as he leaves the forbidden area of remote antiquity, the curse will find him again." Zhou Tong was at least 60% sure of his idea. This was because the forbidden area only isolated the outside world, but could not eliminate certain things at all. For example, the forbidden area could not eliminate the heavenly tribulation, unless Yi Fan breaks through and provokes the Supremes in the forbidden area. What if the curse finds him again? Tu Fei was a little shocked. How would I know what to do? I am not the great emperor. If Yi Fan really can't break the curse, there is nothing I can do. He can only blame himself for his bad luck. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Tu Fei and was a little speechless. Although he said that he did not know what to do, Zhou Tong looked at little Nana, who was standing at the side, and his heart was still very calm. With this person here, he could not let Yi Fan die in front of him. Maybe we can see what the great Emperor Ruthless is capable of. Zhou Tong was a little excited. This was the key to seeing Yi Fan break through the 4-level secret realm without the help of Jiang Taishu. He wanted to see what the great Emperor Ruthless had left for Yi Fan. "Then we just wait here?" Tu Fei asked. "Anyway, we will know the result in a few days. Even if Yi Fan needs to stabilize his cultivation inside, it will take at most 1 or 2 months. Let's just wait." Zhou Tong said as he sat down cross-legged and took out a drop of dragon marrow. "Damn, the Supreme Grey Dragon Marrow? You have such good stuff? This thing can only be bought with a few 100,000 kilograms of origin. Many old cultivators use it to extend their lives. You're actually using it to cultivate?" Tu Fei was shocked. "I told you that there are many things you have not seen before. The dragon marrow is the best aid for cultivation in the secret realm of dragon transformation. It is the stupidest way to use it to extend one's life," Zhou Tong said calmly. Then he swallowed the Supreme Grey Dragon Marrow and slowly refined it. The profound laws contained within the dragon marrow rapidly fused into Zhou Tong's body. Gradually, Zhou Tong fell into a state of cultivation. Blood energy surged throughout his body, accompanied by the fluttering of sparkling petals. On his back, a large purple dragon seemed as if it would fly out at any moment. Dragon roars echoed out. What ancient scripture is he cultivating? Why is there such a strange phenomenon? Seeing Zhou Tong's cultivation, Tu Fei was very surprised. The strange phenomenon of dancing petals did not seem to be an ancient scripture cultivated by someone as fierce as him. Could it be that he is cultivating an ancient scripture created by a woman? But which great emperor, since ancient times, was a woman? Could it be the Queen Mother of the West? Did this guy really seduce the fairies of Jade Lake? The more Tu Fei thought about it, the more he thought about it. Speaking of which, how did he get the Western Emperor scripture? That's right, he definitely seduced the fairies of Jade Lake, but he never admitted which one. Humph, Princess Yin of the Demon Clan and the fairies of Jade Lake. This guy always pretended to be serious in front of me. It turns out that we are the same kind of people. Tu Fei looked at Zhou Tong with a sneaky look, as if to say, I have seen through you. Chapter 133. Time passed quickly. Zhou Tong and Tu Fei waited outside the forbidden area of the remote antiquity for 2 months. In these 2 months, Zhou Tong had only refined 3 drops of dragon marrow. He felt that his cultivation was overflowing, and he had quietly broken through to the 7th transformation of the dragon realm. He took half a day to leave the forbidden area and find a deserted place to undergo the heavenly tribulation. You're just breaking through to the 7th transformation of the dragon realm. Why do you have to leave on purpose? No one will disturb you. Tu Fei saw Zhou Tong coming back and retorted, I'm doing this for your sake. If you don't want to be struck by lightning, you'd better stay away when I'm breaking through. Zhou Tong said calmly, but you're such a pervert. You've already angered the heavens. If I break through beside you, I'm afraid it won't be a heavenly tribulation, but a heavenly punishment. Keep pretending. You must have seduced the fairies of the Jade Lake. Tu Fei looked at Zhou Tong from the corner of his eyes. I didn't know that you were such a decent person, but you've already succeeded. I was just thinking about it. You're the real talent in our field. Forget it. I'm too lazy to explain it to you. Zhou Tong was speechless. Tu Fei's head was full of such thoughts. No matter how he explained, he would be led astray by him in the end. Is it Yi Fan? Suddenly, Tu Fei saw something and exclaimed. Zhou Tong also looked in the direction of the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. He saw a person walking out with a smile. He looked very excited, and his aura was that of the 4 extreme secret realms. Ha, easy, I knew you'd succeed. Tu Fei laughed and immediately got ready to welcome him. However, at this moment, Zhou Tong seemed to have sensed a terrible danger. Without saying anything, he carried Tu Fei and turned into a streamer and retreated a few miles. Seeing Zhou Tong's actions, Yi Fan's smile froze and his hand that was raised to greet him stopped. Boom! Just as he was wondering why, purple lightning fell from the sky and struck him. F***. Yi Fan couldn't help but curse. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was drowned by a sea of lightning. Heavenly tribulation. The sacred body of the ancients really has a heavenly tribulation in the 4 extremes secret realm. This kind of heavenly tribulation, is this the curse of the saint body? Tu Fei was also startled. He looked at the sea of lightning and his whole body trembled. Zhou Tong glanced at Tu Fei and sneered, ignorant. If this is a curse, then it's easy to deal with it. Actually, this heavenly tribulation is merely the prelude. The heavenly tribulation I faced when I was in the 4 extreme secret realms was much stronger than this. Zhou Tong's heavenly tribulation could indeed be called the strongest heavenly tribulation of the 4 extreme mystic realms. This was because the heavenly tribulation he had to undergo to break through the 4 extreme secret realms was no longer the heavenly tribulation of the 4 extreme secret realms. Instead, it was all the heavenly tribulations of the 4 extreme secret realms. After all, at that time, he had a greater advantage with the chaotic ancient technique. Just watch. As the nemesis of my tyrant body of the heavens, this heavenly tribulation can't do anything to him. Zhou Tong said calmly. At the same time, he opened his heaven's eye and looked directly at the center of the heavenly tribulation. Little Nana looked at Yi Fan nervously. It was obvious that she wanted to go up and help Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan's aura has already reached the first level of the 4 extreme secret realms. This is a bit surprising. No, this is reasonable. He has been up there for 2 months. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Logically speaking, Yi Fan, who had forcefully broken through to the 4 extreme secret realms with resources, could not display the power of the 4 extreme secret realms in the beginning. He needed to cultivate for a period of time. Of course, if he was a heaven-defying monster, it was possible to directly imprint the great path law of the heavenly tribulation during the heavenly tribulation and then directly complete the heavenly tribulation. Yi Fan was cultivating in the forbidden area of the ancient desolation, so the heavenly tribulation could not come. Therefore, he broke through to the 4 extreme secret realms. He continued to cultivate in the forbidden area of the ancient desolation for 2 months and officially cultivated to the first level of the 4 extreme secret realms with the eternal universe scripture. Only when he had the divine power of the 4 extreme secret realms did he leave the mountain. Hey, Zhou Tong, if Yi Fan is going to undergo the heavenly tribulation, what about his curse? At this time, Tu Fei was a little worried. It was very likely that the worst-case scenario had occurred. It is very likely that it has not been removed. Zhou Tong nodded. At the same time, he also understood that the 2 people in the forbidden area of the ancient desolation had not done anything. Otherwise, the curse would have been removed long ago. I'm afraid we will be able to see Ruthless Emperor's trump card. Zhou Tong was looking forward to it. At this moment, Yi Fan was fighting a bloody battle in the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation descended one after another, and the area around him had completely turned into a sea of lightning. This was a world of lightning that could destroy everything. Tu Fei, who was far away, felt his hair stand on end. If I was by your side when I broke through previously, I'm afraid you would have to go through the same thing. Zhou Tong said. That can't be. Tu Fei was in disbelief. The more powerful an existence is, the more terrifying their heavenly tribulation is. Yi Fan probably only has the combat strength of the 4 extreme now. If you are involved in my heavenly tribulation, it will be a true 8 extreme level heavenly tribulation, Zhou Tong said calmly. Do you think you can withstand it? Yi Fan, who did not have the battle secret word, seriously lacked offensive secret techniques. The reason he could reach the 4 extreme level was because of his physique. I remember that 7 of the Ji family's 17 mighty figures managed to withstand it. Tu Fei said softly. It's definitely not them. The Ji family once produced a great emperor and has a deep foundation. The 7 of them managed to withstand it most likely because they engraved something like the heaven-deceiving array runes. Those who did not know about the array runes were all reduced to ashes in the end. Zhou Tong said calmly. Unless one has the combat strength of an 8 extreme level heavenly tribulation, even a peerless genius with a 7 extreme level would definitely be half dead after enduring it. In any case, the heavenly tribulation is a plaything for geniuses like you. The heavens specially deal with you. Tu Fei did not care. It's impossible for me to transcend the heavenly tribulation. Idiot, the heavenly tribulation is not something the heavens specially deal with geniuses. It's a gift of fortune, which great emperor did not transcend the heavenly tribulation at a young age. Zhou Tong sneered. It's not just me. The Alcade Saint, the Alcade Saintess, the Ji family's divine physique, which one of them has not transcended the heavenly tribulation? Even the golden-winged Little Rock King has transcended it. The Tao marks in the heavenly tribulation are the most precious things. The stronger the heavenly tribulation, the more powerful the Tao marks one can obtain. This is the principle of the strong staying strong. Therefore, those sacred grounds will let their geniuses temper themselves in the 4 extreme mystic realms for a period of time to increase their combat strength and transcend the strongest heavenly tribulation. Look, Yi Fan looks like he can't take it anymore. At this moment, Tu Fei suddenly looked at Yi Fan, who was under the heavenly tribulation, somewhat nervously. At this moment, Yi Fan was under the heavenly tribulation. His entire body was charred black, and he could not even stand up. How was he unable to take it? This is clearly tempering his body, Zhou Tong said calmly. It's just that it's very obvious that he does not have a brilliant method of using the heavenly tribulation to temper his body. That's why he looks so ugly. A truly brilliant method of tempering one's body can directly refine the heavenly tribulation. However, this is almost the last heavenly tribulation. Yi Fan can be considered to have transcended the four extreme mystic realms' heavenly tribulation. Zhou Tong's expression was somewhat solemn. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.